Speaker, the Guyana's National Assembly, after decades of serving Guyana as a member of Parliament and a Minister of Government. I am confident that you will serve with distinction as Speaker of our National Assembly. I'd also like to congratulate Mr. Leonard Schumann on being the Deputy Speaker. As far as I know, it is the first time that someone from the indigenous people from the Amerindian community is serving as a Deputy Speaker in Guyana and maybe elsewhere. Let me also welcome all the new members on both sides of the House, wish them all the best, and tell them that their time in this National Assembly will be memorable. They could make it worthwhile. They could make it memorable by making contributions that are positive and by making constructive criticism. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to congratulate our ministers. They have come in to lead at a time when Guyana is on a threshold. There has been a pause between 2015 to now. We have got to pick up the pieces and move forward. Mr. Speaker, this budget was supposed to have been presented shortly after March 2000. But it is now here at last. I cannot proceed without congratulating the hardworking and dedicated staff at the Ministry of Finance and the ministers who have contributed to compiling this budget in record time. Mr. Speaker, also please permit me to pay homage to the First Peoples of Guyana, our Amerindian brothers and sisters. As the Honorable Member Alice Charlie said, it was in 1992 that President Chedi Jagan, recognizing the contributions of our Amerindian brothers and sisters, designated September as Amerindian Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, the members on the opposing side of the House presented during their term in office what they termed the Good Life budget. These Good Life budgets, however, introduced and or increased over 200 new taxes. These Good Life budgets took away the $10,000 annual grant from our school children. These good Life budgets took away the subsidy on electricity and water for pensioners. Mr. Speaker, the same Good Life budget closed the sugar estates and introduced VAT on electricity, water, medical supplies, among other items. Mr. Speaker, the same Good Life budgets increased fees for drainage and irrigation and VAT on agricultural and mining equipment, among others. Mr. Speaker, this begs the question, who was really enjoying the good life? Because it most certainly was not the ordinary people of Guyana, which makes up the majority of Guyana. I can't help but say this, Mr. Speaker. The mere fact that the APNU-AFC coalition is sitting over there is testimony that those budgets were not really good life budgets. Mr. Speaker, internationally, it is known that mathematics is a challenge for the APNU-AFC, my colleagues across the floor. Remember the 33-65 fiasco. Now I am also convinced that English language seems to also be a challenge. Mr. Speaker, it seems that it is difficult to understand that this 2020 budget presented by my government has not only restored the school grant, but increased it. It has restored subsidy on water for pensioners. It has removed taxes that were introduced by the previous administration. And it caters to the reopening of sugar estates closed by the AFC. It removes the fees for D&I, removes the VAT from agri-equipment and the VAT from mining equipment. This, Mr. Speaker, is a budget that will benefit each and every Guyanese. including the members on the outside. Mr. Speaker, begs the question, which of the two, the APNU AFC budgets or this budget, actually looks like it's leading to the good life for Guyanese generally? The answer is obviously a no-brainer. Mr. Speaker, the promises made in our manifesto will be kept, starting with this budget. You would have heard some of my colleague members already explaining how our manifesto promises will be kept. Mr. Speaker, the last time I made my presentation in this honorable House, I was labeled, along with my colleague, Dr. Frank Anthony, as spreading untruths by the then Minister of Health, when I informed this honorable House about her incompetence and that of her politically appointed heads in the various regions. Mr. Speaker, under the stewardship of the APNU AFC government, the public health sector in Guyana was devastated. Let us talk about health service delivery. Using Region 6, the region where I come from and where my colleague speaking after me comes from, as an example. Mr. Speaker, I heard a member on the opposite side, Honorable Member Holder, talking about square pegs. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, an ex-bank clerk managing the second largest region's healthcare services, what do we call that? Obviously a square peg. A minister of so-called public health, having no clue of healthcare delivery, that's a square peg. Mr. Speaker, I asked doctors managing hospitals in all 10 administrative regions of Guyana about their issues. Among the issues raised were shortages of drugs and medical supplies, equipment not working, RVOs not cooperating, especially in the hinterland, not releasing fuel for people to make, for health staff to make their visits. Mr. Speaker, when we took over in Region 6, there were 5 anesthetic machines. 4 of them not working. This is in the month of August. A biomedical engineer was asked to check and see what can be fixed. He fixed 1 immediately. 2 others that were not working for over 3 years will be fixed within the week. But Mr. Speaker, here's a shocker. And an example of how APNU AFC government functions. There was a new anesthetic machine that was bought for millions of dollars, sole sourced. And by the way, I pause here. There's an honorable member in this House when making a speech in 2015 said sole sourcing for the APNU AFC will be in the past. But Mr. Speaker, that's definitely not so. This one was sole sourced. Mr. Speaker, this new anesthetic machine has never been used and cannot be used in the New Amsterdam Public Hospital. So it is parked there. But do you know, Mr. Speaker, why it cannot be used? It cannot be used because it is an anesthetic machine that is to be used for veterinary services. To put animals to sleep for surgical interventions. I need the advice here of the Honorable Attorney General. Sir, who's liable? The supplier, the receiver, or somebody else? How do the taxpayers get their money's worth? And on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, as an animal activist, I say we should treat animals badly. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we should not treat human beings as animals. So, Mr. Speaker, imagine my surprise when the honorable member, in his opening remarks, said the DP government employs square pegs and round holes. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members now in opposition bragged and boasted about a CT machine, a CT scan machine that they received in 2015. By the way, that machine was negotiated for under the previous PVPC government. Mr. Speaker, During our last budget debate in 2018, pictures were displayed showing supposedly a CT scanner being installed in the New Amsterdam Hospital. Mr. Speaker, once again, I get the opportunity to refute that untruth. The CT scanner is still not operational up to today. It is my government that is putting systems in place to ensure that this machine is up and running by the end of the week. Mr. Speaker, I have to mention that for 5 years, when that machine was lying idle, could have saved the ordinary man millions of dollars, but was stored in a room. Mr. Speaker, storage was not free. It was at a cost of $14.5 million per month, $174 million per year. Can you remember the famous, or let us say infamous, Sausage Street bond? I remember the same minister saying that she was storing the CT scan and $90 million piece of equipment in the so-called bond as a justification. Mr. Speaker, in 1 year we could have bought 2 machines. It boggled the mind then, and it continues to do so today. Mr. Speaker, the story in Region 6 gets even worse. In the Auditor General's report for 2018, quote, comparison of the prices paid for drugs and medical supplies procured by the regional administration from local suppliers with that of the prices paid by MMU, as indicated on the price list being submitted, revealed that items bought by the regional administration had significantly higher prices when compared to the MMU prices. Mr. Speaker, in some cases, the region paid 300% more. In 2 instances, Mr. Speaker, and it is quoted in the Auditor General's report, the region paid as much as 1,669% more. A tablet Risperidone, $13 per tablet in Georgetown. The region paid $230 for one. And Mr. Speaker, they didn't buy 1, they didn't buy 100, they didn't even buy 1,000, they bought 8,400 of these tablets. Calculate the monies that were lost, the taxpayers' money. Surgical gloves that could have been bought for $929 per box. The region paid $5,200 per box. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if this was the reason, we have no record of central purchasing of drugs and medical supplies. Was it to facilitate this kind of spending that the Auditor General reported? One could ask, Mr. Speaker, what happened with the Regional Tender Board in Region 6? Why they didn't oversee such spending? The answer is, Mr. Speaker, that the Region 6 Tender Board, that is supposed to have members from both sides, the government side and the opposition side, had no opposition members sitting on that tender board. None. Bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, in Region 6, we had 20 out of the 30 regional seats and had no representation in the tender board. Mr. Speaker, someone on the other side, some honorable member, spoke about corruption. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is corruption. The same team, RE1 team, that was appointed by the AP and UAFC, Mr. Speaker, spent over $76 million. Over $76 million to supposedly purchase COVID relief items. Among these items, Mr. Speaker, there is rental for 2 buses. The only thing they did was to rent these 2 buses. Government had to provide drivers. Government had to provide fuel for $480,000 per month. Mr. Speaker, whilst they were renting buses, under the shed at the Regional Health Services building. There were 3 buses in working order parked there. Mr. Speaker, what do you call that? Somebody, okay, I'm not going to say more. Mr. Speaker, even with the supposed emergency purchase of drugs and medical supplies for the institution I spoke about that the General referred to, Region 6 was permanently out of drugs, and they're still out of drugs and medical supplies. Mr. Speaker, there were no IV antibiotics, no flagyl, no dopamine, no adrenaline, no IV GTN, no heparin, no proton pump inhibitors, no H2 blockers, no sutures, and the list is long, Mr. Speaker. I'm just mentioning those. Because as a surgeon, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that these items are critical and crucial to ensure a successful outcome for patients. So not only was the operating theaters non-functional, but even emergency surgeries could not have been done effectively. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the severe shortages of drugs, let me tell you something else. A new digital X-ray was purchased, again, sole source, to set up in the Amsterdam hospital. Any medical person is going to tell you a digital X-ray is excellent. But Mr. Speaker, you know what? The digital X-ray was bought, the old X-ray was removed, but the digital X-ray cannot work because a very important component is missing. How can this be possible, Mr. Speaker? How are we buying equipment to serve the people of Region 6? The laboratory in Region 6 cannot function to its capacity because the equipment, most of the equipment are non-functional. Not because they're broken, Mr. Speaker, but because there is no servicing. We all know laboratory equipment needs to be serviced regularly. They need to be calibrated so that patients could get correct results. Because based on those results,
you will need an extension to conclude.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given additional 5 members to conclude.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the positive programs that we had in Region 6 were killed immediately as soon as APNU AFC got in power. The geriatric care program was killed. The extended home-based care program was killed. The health center management committees that we had were killed. The health facilities days were killed. Mr. Speaker, the previous public health minister recommissioned the National Ophthalmology Hospital in 2019. Recommissioned. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? For 2019, they did a grand total of 2 cataract surgeries after the recommissioning. But by the way, Honorable Member, 2 cataract surgeries in 2019 was better than 0 in 18 and 17 and 16. Mr. Speaker, the then minister also commissioned an X-ray machine that a few months after is not working, no servicing. Mr. Speaker, HIV management, you want to cry. Guyana was on the cusp of becoming a nation that was certified as having no transmission of HIV from mother to child. No longer, Mr. Speaker, because there are no HIV kits to test sometimes. There is no HIV medication. It is criminal that we are now having babies again that are born with HIV, no fault of theirs. Mr. Speaker, Lethem and Mabaruma are not spared. They got digital X-rays too. But the problem is that they have the X-ray needs 3-phase voltage, cannot be provided in Lethem and Mabaruma. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly go to some of the things that will be done in Region 6. We'll have the completion of the maternity ward, construction of tuberculosis care and treatment center in Port Morant, rehab of my Curie Hospital, rehab of the Winifred Gaskin Itmans our me. Mr. Speaker, the Geographic MP for Region 2, my word, that honorable member, I would not have made any of these claims. Mr. Speaker, the rehab works at OJDH, Oscar Joseph District Hospital, at a cost of $9 million, included setting up of centralized oxygen. To date, it's now working. Maternity home that was constructed 2.5 years was not complete. No furnishing. It is now being used as the COVID center after it was completed and furnished. $28 million. Construction of a new theater PHS, the member said, $40.9 million. Never used, cannot be used, because it doesn't meet the specifications. Roof is leaking. Extension of drug bond in Saudi, the man got drugs to store, why extend the bond? Mr. Speaker, 2 incinerators, $10 million were built, cannot be used because they do not meet specifications. Oh, and rice? I want to remind the honorable member that Mr. Granger, then president, when the farmers met difficulties and asked for help, as they used to be given under the PUP, said rice was not government business. Honorable member, the success of rice in Guyana was not because of the AP and UAFC, it was in spite of the AP and UAFC. It was due to the farmers' hard work, the new varieties of rice that were developed by NARI under the PEP, and the support of farmers' organizations like the RPA. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Finance said, just want to tell her that this budget is in 2 parts. The first one, we got to cover the monies that were spent illegally already. The second part is what we are trying to do up to year end. The Bartica Regional Hospital was a regional hospital, unless if you declassified it and then reclassified it. Doctors there and in other parts of Guyana, they were trained in Cuba under the scholarship program that was implemented by the PEP. And the focus of this budget is on COVID and stimulating the economy. Next year, you will see transformative programs. Mr.
Focus
Speaker,
on winding down now. Focus on winding down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying when I was very young. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. A people united cannot be defeated. And Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying, reading this poem based on which our prayer is built on, by Rabindranath Tagore. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms to perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way to the dreary desert sands of dead habits, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thoughts and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, thank you very much. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Dineshwar Jaiprashad. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleasant good afternoon, brothers and sisters of this Honorable House. I'm very much happy to be here to represent the people of East Berbice Quarantine. To be more specific, I am very happy to be here from the village of Port Perant. I am happy to be here, Mr. Speaker, that I am representing the village of Port Perant, and I'm proud to be on the side of AP and UAFC. I was hoping to have some other colleagues from the other side, from Port Perant, but I am not seeing any. Mr. Speaker, before I make my presentation, I wish to make a few comments on what the previous speaker made mention of. Firstly, I wish to say that probably he did not find the correct piece, and he was referring to his 2015 piece there. Because most of what he said is the track record of the PPP administration. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if the 10,000 story is a mantra for the PPP. Each and every presentation, each and every speaker is reinforcing the 10,000 grant. It seems to me that it was the only thing that the PPP did for the 23 years. The honorable member made mention about agriculture. I must reiterate, sir, that rice production was the highest under the AP and UAFC government. I wish to share with this House that the honorable member made mention about the health facilities in East Berbice quarantine. Oh my, he was responsible before we took over this East Berbice quarantine. And I must say that he made mention about storage. We had to break a padlock from a storage barn. And when we opened that barn, brothers and sisters, we had so many of taxpayers' money there, stored Pampers and milk and foodstuff and all sorts of things. And now the honorable member has the audacity to tell us about storing and storage. Come on, brother. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to express my condolences to the family and friends of the 3 youths who were slaughtered a few days ago. Also, my condolences and sympathies to the other brothers and sisters who met there during this 43 days of this administration. Mr. Speaker, the contents of this budget presented by the members of the other side is not the people's budget. It has nothing to offer to the poor man. This budget was designed to give a few rich person, the opportunity to continue to trample on the lives of the poor. I am a bit baffled to comprehend and to understand that the PPP administration is presenting a budget far away from protecting and supporting the working class people. I don't know what is happening to the Honorable Cherry Jagan. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make reference to the Honorable Member, Mr. Indar, the Honorable Minister, who said yesterday that AP and UAFC took away the 10,000 grant from the people. I wish to tell this Honorable House that the $10,000 grant was a one-shot and done. And the AP and UAFC government did not believe in one-shot and done. So the AP and UAFC government moved the minimum wage from 35,000 to 70. And if my mathematics proves me correct, 35,000 to 70 is another 35,000. So we have not given the people 10,000 and done. We have given them 35,000 every month. I am not seeing this sprout, this growth in this budget, honorable members. It seems as if though it will be another one shot and done. So for 1 year, honorable members, the AP and you give the families $420,000. I'm urging members on the other side not to leave statements hanging, but complete their calculation. I wish to emphasize that there is no scale in this budget to move wages and salaries to 140,000 from 70. We have doubled it from 35 to 70. I was expecting that this budget presentation would have indicated that the minimum wage will move to 140,000, but I have not seen that as yet. Mr. Speaker, according to the budget speech, page 24, the honorable member made mention of strengthening local government. Now let me repeat. The honorable member made mention of strengthening local government. Since when, Mr. Speaker? Since when the PPP understand the strengthening of local government? This is a copy phrase, Mr. Speaker, and this phrase was stated in the Act of 1980. So I must indicate to the honorable member that you need to state your source when you're quoting these phrases. And I am happy that the PPP did some homework by reading the Act of 1980. I wish to further state, Mr. Speaker, that I must remind the honorable member that there was one local government election in 23 years. I do not know how the phrase of strengthening local government is applicable to 1 in 23. It should have been 8 in 23. So I am seeing there that something is not matching up, honorable members. Something is not matching up. Certainly not the PPP. Mr. Speaker, our side, members do not have the time to waste to read pieces of the PPP propaganda manifesto. The honorable member made mention that page 24 of the budget speech, and I quote, we will implement our manifesto program for the local government, which details strategic action that will improve the efficacy of our local democratic organs, end quote. I wish to state, Mr. Speaker, that we do not have the time to waste to go to the PPP manifesto. I therefore wish the honorable member to be more specific. Say exactly what you want to give to the people and do not speak in riddles. Mr. Speaker, I wish to re-emphasize that local government was not the focus for the PPP in 23 years. They claim that in 1992, democracy was restored. They claim. So how can you claim democracy was restored in 1992 and you are supposed to have 8 local government elections in 23 years and you had 1? So it means as if though democracy has different meaning to different set of people. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of the honorable member that the previous administration knows about local democratic organs. We never use it as a slush fund. We use the funds to rectify the slush system that the PPP left in 23 years. I wish to re-emphasize that, Mr. Speaker, we never use a slush fund. We use the fund to clean the slush that was left there for 23 years. And this slush fund was a thing that they call the IMC. IMC. By the time we finish here Friday, we will have a good definition for that acronym. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I wish to further emphasize that in order to clean that slush from the IMC, We had to use budgeted funds. Sorry. We need to ensure that all the NDC, we had to ensure that all the NDC and municipalities had elected members. We believe the people must govern themselves. That is why we had 2 in 5. And I wish to say, honorable members, that in two local government elections, we were able to ensure that the people voted for more than 600 members in this country to be councillors, chairman, mayors, etc. We did not handpick friends and cronies and make them members of the IMC. We engaged in a process of called local government election. And this is a process that we have shown that we did 2 in 5 years compared to 1 in 23. Mr. Speaker, in section 4.12, the honorable member made mention, and I quote, from all accounts, local democratic organs were underperforming and negatively impacted as a result of unclear policy direction, end quote. I wish to state that 1 in 23 is hot air. And let it soak in. Come on, brothers and sisters. We must understand that the PPP had 1 local government election in 23 years and can come here and tell us now about democracy. Something is definitely wrong.
2 minutes notice.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that the Honorable Minister, Mr. Indar, made mention about the blackout story. Let me inform the Honorable House that for the 3 days this new administration take this country, and we had 13 blackouts already. Let me remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that for 23 years, the PPP government was mandated to fix the quarantine highway by putting up some lights. But I wish to say that in 5 years, the AP and UAFC government lit the quarantine highway. I don't know how our plan for prosperity, as they call it, will be there for the people. 23 years you had to put a few lights on the quarantine highway, and you didn't do that. Hundreds of persons got killed there due to accident, and you didn't do that. And you come here to tell us to care. Our plan for prosperity, we fixed it in 5. So it is. Honorable member, I wish to conclude that I wish to emphasize that this budget does not reflect the will of the people. This budget does not cater for the poor people of this country. As such, we need to ensure that better systems are put in place so that the poor people of this country will be proper and rightfully represented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Dineshwar Jaiprashad. Honorable Member Dr. Berry Ramsaran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to stand here once again to congratulate the Ministry of Finance and the hardworking team in not only putting together a budget, but in certain contexts. I think one speaker from the other side attempted to put it in context. What was the team doing at what period and what other distractions they might have been having, or we were having as a nation. Remember, we had COVID, quite a stress. We had at the time when we do have it still, but so I'm happy that you're awake and alert, right? And I'm happy when the ladies are prompting me, right? So the budget was being prepared in some peculiar circumstances, which probably will never be repeated. And that's one of them. Secondly, there was a protracted economic downturn triggered mainly by the closures. And when I say closures, it's automatically everybody knows what closure I'm speaking about. The massive closure of the sugar industry, not sugar alone, but the whole industry, because sugar means not only the brown thing you eat when you produce it, but for example, the health systems that they have to provide, the waterways that they keep clean and well organized, and so on and so on. So I think many people, a little aside here, speaking about sugar today and other days, seem to think that only of the substance, the sweet substance that they're famous for, the American stuff. But it means more, and probably at another discussion level. When you grow up, some of you can go into that. Skeldon Sugar Estate, what does it do? What about the cogeneration? What about the assistance it lends to 2 cattle-rearing societies in the area? Things like that. I think that my memory says there's something called the Supram pasture, which Gaisuka had some obligation to help in the community with. So Gaisuka and sugar and bodies, that's a different thing. So, but I just thought I should mention that at the side. Now, before I get into my real talk, my real appeal to you, to see this as a document, a costed plan, the budget, which says Guyana is back on track. Guyana is back on track. And I definitely admit to stealing that from one of my favorite songsters. And who created that song, that thing, Guyana is back on track. Dave Martin. Way back, he said, well, as soon as he brought that tune out, I thought that, this is so appropriate. That at the time, many years ago, when Guyana was getting back on track again on the previous PPPC regime. And that's another thing I want to talk about. Somebody mentioned it here on this side. 2 people mentioned it. And I think somebody over there intimated it too. Guyana, for its entire history, especially post-independence history, and even a few years before, only made progress when the PPP was announced. So I was saying and this is what when I discussed how I will enter or on-trade use for my presentation today with some younger folks, they said, but Dr. Ramsaran, the young people, 4 or 5 again, why are you saying Guyana is back on track? It must be so, because once the PPP is in charge, Guyana will always be on track. The problem is we have now to use lots of resources, not to be on track, but to pull us back from where we were and get us back on track. So it's no surprise with the PPPC in charge again, or the state apparatus. And it was like pause. Somebody had their thumb on the pause button. We released it. Now we can breathe. Now we can breathe. Talk to the young people in the streets, Pitt Street, Corriverton. They feel a difference. But we have to caution them. The PPP are not magicians. You need to find the resources to do the things you want to do. And although you feel free, people say it in the markets, at the funerals, at the weddings, right? And I'm told that certain people over on that other side like to attend funerals, right? And sometimes they turn up at the wrong funeral, right? But not over here. So people are saying, yes, we feel lighter. Guyana feels more fluffy. But the point is we need to be very conscious. We cannot become complacent. This is especially to the membership of the party and its structures and the supporters. But at the same time, to those persons on the other side who might have not voted for us or who might have voted against us, you have to give us, although you've seen what the PPP is worth, PPPC is worth. Look at how many young and new faces we have on our side. Look at them. I wanted to open my intervention with telling them, with congratulating them. And look at the gender mix. And every one of them is a fighter. They came on the campaign trail. recent campaign trail. And they're educated, they're focused, and they have lots of years ahead of them. So I'm certain that we've laid the foundation for the continued victory of the PPPC for many years to come. And why I say this? Because I never thought I would have to say this. As a person getting older, you'll be looking over your shoulder sometimes and saying, I wonder where the people to replace us. And then I look around and see Charles Ramsey. I said, where'd we save? I see some of the new people who have come into the team, parliamentary team, and I said, we're safe. So that's the next thing. You are going to be over there for a long, long time, guys. Long, long time. And I only mentioned one guy, Ramsey, because he's tall and everybody can see him. But there's some smaller packages who are just as powerful. Dynamite. So we're going to keep you there for some time at the advice of the electorate, because they made a mistake. Some of them made a mistake, they said, and they voted wrong. And then again, where is Moses and where is, oh yeah, Truck is across there, but you don't hear him out. But where is Moses? Where is Moses? He's in the desert. Is he going to be crossing the Red Sea or the Demerara River shortly? So we are here to stay for a long while. That's why I want to recommend to you this costed plan, a budget. That's there by definition. Done well. You'll have been here for a long time, probably as much as you're old, right? So before I get into the theme that I wanted to explore today, getting back on track, I want to say this. And I'm not going to be hitting at the young gentleman over there who's joined the team, the opposing team recently. But I like to say that he needs to do some fact checking. For example, he said he was very, vociferous and bubbly over there, accusing the government of the PPPC government of having accepted or having tons of expired medication. I would like to point out to him, I'm going to be soft on you, easy on you, and say, you didn't say an untruth, you didn't attempt to deceive the assembly, but probably you have the facts checked. Those things that the gentleman referred to, in some things that were expired, bulk expired in some container, some particular space, those were gifts, and they had to be taken with the other good things as part of the gifting. And if when you get a little big and grow and you come into the system, you know there's certain agencies that bring things in freely, and what's in the container you collect. And if you have been around for some time, and if your previous ministers of health have been advising you, those on the government side, on the opposition side, or even if they don't know themselves, you have to take the container. And that's a difficult thing to do, because you take the container along with those things that are good and those things that are bad, because the balance is a win balance for everybody. The people donating the container gets rid of it and gets rid of the stuff, but you have to take care of this destruction, especially with medication. So that was either low blow or no blow. I like to be kind to you. And blow, okay. Is he one of the blow blows? He is one of the young blow blows? Okay. If he continues like that, Mr. Chairman, I don't think he will stay there long. Right? The young people get fed up of him in Berbice. So that's it. I'm advised, and I, as Minister of Health, was in this position too. You have to take what's in the container, but that's just an aside. As Mr. Ramjatan seems to be prompting me, he wants to hear the main thing, speech. Right? Well, I see you're even rubbing your fingers in glee, right? So, Mr. Ramjatan, let me get on to say this. We put aside that you're one of your younger members, but I advise, I know you do this, give him a little talk. How to fact check, I think that's a fancy term they're using now. Facts check over ABC and CNN and so on, facts check. And they're doing it a lot with Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, who is one of the most powerful men in the world, if not the most powerful, go to fact check. So I'm advising you, sir, you're not as powerful as he is. You should take that advice too, right? Okay. And it shows this, just another side, that the persons who are in the leadership of the Ministry of Health over there probably never assimilated, never imbued these things. They probably were just, around the place, not getting the real work done. But coming back to this, Guyana is back on track. The budget, the costed plan being presented, shows that. We would like to point out that, for example, medication, there's a shortage now across the system, and I'm talking to you as brothers and sisters now. It's a shortage. Since 2017, I'm speaking to Mr. Prakash Ramjatan, all the other good people over there. This is affecting our supporters, your supporters. And what's more, let me give you a little aside. When you're not having the medications for your chronic diseases, and you got to go to the corner shop and buy it, that's okay, you're getting it. But you might not be getting it in adequate quantities and persistent and consistent. You know what? It opens you up now when you're weakened what you have concomitant, you say you have concomitant ailments or pre-existing conditions, it opens you up to, a larger degree, to becoming a victim of COVID or even an ordinary flu. So it's in your interest, it's in our interest, since we want to protect our nation, we want to protect your supporters and our supporters, that we overcome this. Since 2007, is it? Now 2018, sorry, there have been no major purchases. That's why we have shortages. How could this be? How could this be? Who's going to be disciplined? So those are things that we're discovering. And then we'll have to put it in order. That's why I'm very delighted to see the amount of monies being given at the central level for the Ministry of Health to buy medications, let's say medicines and medical items, medical supplies, and at the same time lesser amounts, but as a tradition, being given to the regions to, within their discretion, by certain other emergency drugs that they might be needing peculiar to that region. Okay? But we intend to continue the diligent oversight of the spending of those monies in the regions, because we know that sometimes they could be mischievous. Okay? So that's one thing why I am very enamored by this budget, this plan that has been put forward. And what's more, I made some notes here. It's being put forward in other conditions, not only the stress of the existing pandemic, but in a short space of time. Never. I told somebody reported that we'll be doing it in 21 days, and as if to fool us and make us look a little bit, attentive, they ended up doing it in 20 days. Those are things we should be looking at. And those of you who are there on the other side and work with government would know how stressful and sometimes distressful it is to make a budget, especially when you turn up at the Ministry of Finance and they want to knock this out and knock that out, legitimately, because there's just so much money to be had. So I want to congratulate the team that put it together in such a short time, and I want to congratulate it for even putting it in at least 1 day earlier than you planned. So those are things I want to observe before we get into the full discussion of Guyana back on track. Guyana back on track. First of all, well, that's not big news. That's not big news now. I'm told you should consult one of your members. Mr. Felix is his name for me. Backtrack. So we're back on track. How do we stay there? What are the challenges to keep the ship on even keel? And the main challenge would be getting the resources to, for example, buy the bulk medications and medical supplies that were not there.
Honorable Member, this is your 2-minute notice to keep you on.
Okay, so we would like to get that over to you, and at the same time, we'd like to tell you that the Ministry of Health has expanded. When the PPPC was in office a few years ago, before we had this pause button pressed for a short while, training was a significant aspect of our work, because the Ministry of Health believes, or the PPPC believes, in having the Ministry of Health and other ministries as learning organizations. In other words, you come in, you have one level of education, specific technical education, and you stay, and then you don't stay there forever. We keep building you up. So I like to note in the budget, Mr. Speaker, the amount of, in the various programs, how much money is being put aside. In every case, small but still significant increases in the monies that are being put aside for education. That is what? The human factor, developing the human factor in terms of the postgraduate studies in medicine, various aspects. I think it's now 13 programs in medicine. And of course, you see ever so often, the advertisements for nurses being trained and doctors being trained. So as far as the health sector is concerned, we're going to be having a good staff of doctors. What we did note is that due to certain changes to the contractual obligations made by your regime, whereas they would have now to be waiting until their old age pensioners of 65 to get a little lump sum of money to do something with it. We will return, I get that impression coming out, we will explore actively returning the 22.5% contract whereby the gratuity of 22.5% is given at the end of every 6 months. That's why a lot of them are leaving. That's why some of them are lethargic, or doctors, because the PPPC trained about 2,000 in a short space of time. How many have you been training? And those 2,000 now can go on further to become specialists. So many of them were disgruntled. That is the Cuban, the Jagdeo scholars. That's the term I use, the Jagdeo scholars. And some people get them angry. But under the Jagdeo regime, sometimes almost 2,000 people were sent predominantly to become doctors. Exactly, that's it. They came back to Guyana, to build Guyana, to follow their contractual obligation. And your party mistreated them. And, you broke a contract virtually. So those are things that we will be addressing, and I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, and the nation, and of course the people on the other side, and the PPP supporters too, that there are adequate resources put there in the budget to see that this learning process continues and that Guyana gradually becomes independent, or more and more independent, of foreign specialists. It's difficult. We have a very good arrangement with the Chinese and the Cubans, who send in lots of specialists. The aim is now to gradually retire those. We'll never probably be able to, in the next few decades, retire them totally, but replace them with Guyanese who have been trained in different institutions, including in the University of Guyana, but also in China and in other places where they get scholarships, and of course a significant portion being of Cuban origin from Cuban universities. So those are some of the things that are reflected in this budget, if you would like to spend.
Honorable member, to get you to conclude on this track, you need an extension.
Yeah, well, I'll conclude now. So I would like to recommend this budget, this plan document.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer my colleague 5 minutes more to conclude, which he's entitled to.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thought I had thrown out so many blows.
Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
So I thought I had thrown out so many, total silence. I thought I'd bought them over, and that was good enough. But I want to thank Mr. Chair for giving me another go at it. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the Ministry of Health now is what you call a learning organization. In other words, you come in with your education at whatever level you are, and however you got it, either at your own expenses or government scholarship, and we continue developing you. That's part of things that would not be seen ordinarily. It's not tangible, but it's there in the budget. Training and continue training scholarships. And that's why I'm throwing this out, because I see a lot of young people over there, and I'm certain you have people who will be of your own age group who might want to become doctors, or who are doctors already, and nurses, of course, and they might want to go on further. So you'll be seeing the advertisements in the papers for these programs, but that's where we put in, for the quality, we don't stagnate. We have doctors, how do we get them to become a specialist? How do we get them to become, for example, a surgeon, and so on and so forth. So lots of resources are in the budget for that, and it shows that the PPPC is leading the Ministry of Health in the direction of building a sustainable health sector, For example, we have a good primary health care system. Let's look at the level of the health centers. The more doctors we have to be in those health centers, the more doctors we have to be in more of those health centers. It means we can do something more. We can have the doctors visit the communities, visit homes which are aligned to that particular health center. As a matter of fact, the good theory of it is this. We are hoping that each health center would have about 5,000 to 8,000 people responsible for a particular community. And that the team, because we've expanded it, more nurses and especially more doctors. For example, at one time recently, we had 6 doctors at the Campbellville Health Center. Previously, you would have 1 doctor. That's years ago for a protracted period of time. I would say around in the early 90s. So those are small things that are funded in this budget. I want to congratulate the Ministry of Finance for looking at it in that regard. And we will. It's things that were gotten from the PPPC regime, and it continued, and it's reflected in this budget for the short period. And I'm certain it will continue in other budgets under the substantive PPPC administration. So those are little innovations that you might not feel, that you might not see. Okay. And definitely we see that where we can have the training continue, the higher training, it will also give young Guyanese professionals the urge, the option of staying here, building families here. And then I like to go a little wider bite in the budget, not only the health sector, with the amount of the plans that PPPC has for small homes for intellectuals, for young professionals, that will buttress that effort. So not only will we be having more doctors and more nurses and more healthcare professionals wanting to stay, but they will have the material incentive to do so. Where do I stay? Do I still stay at home with my mother-in-law? Do you know the mother-in-law thing? Or do I get one of these houses that the president was speaking about, President Finale, when he was Minister of Housing? So that's the link we're making, and I think the Ministry of Health will definitely be looking very anxiously at how we can retain. This is the sub-theme I'm speaking about. Not only train, but retain. Not terrorize them that you have to wait until you become 65 years to get a lump sum to buy a car, and then you find out you can only buy a bicycle. Right? So things like that we will be looking at, and I see hints of it being funded and being hinted. So, Mr. Speaker, I think my time is running. I would like to push in some other points in terms of training, not only at the highest level. You know, we look up to the doctors as being the pinnacle of the pyramid. But down below, we also see where training can come in other subheads for other workers in the health sector. And I noticed too, mental health. I'm happy to see mental health is still retained because we are accustomed to speaking of the NCDs, chronic non-communicable diseases. When I was last minister, a few years ago, we had added it and mental health. NCDs, non-communicable disease, and mental health unit. So there's going to be some, definitely from the traces I'm seeing in this budget and knowing what's coming, we will definitely be having emphasis on mental health. It has always been on the backburner in Guyana and in other countries. Over the past few years, the PPPC had started to put it on the front burner, getting, for example, support from international agencies, McMaster's University, for example. I remember, for example, the national psychiatrist, Dr. Byron Harry, bringing in a team of 21 specialists from a Canadian Centre of Excellence. I've not seen such things repeated in the past few years. The PPPC will be saying that continues. Why? Because we put in mental health back on a pedestal. NCDs, non-communicable diseases, that is sugar or diabetes, pressure, hypertension, plus mental health. It was there towards the end of my term as Minister of Health, and I'm certain from what I'm seeing in the budgets and other discussions that it will be hitting the roof to become fully entrenched as one of the pillars of our public health system. Okay, next thing.
I think you're going to have to conclude now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I just whet your appetite, and I'm open for discussions, constructive discussions in a more informal atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Joining us via a virtual platform is the Honorable Member, Ms. Catherine Hughes. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just confirm that you are hearing me clearly?
I am. We're just going to confirm that the dome is hearing you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this most honorable House to deliver my contribution to these budget debates and for the first time to be part of discussions that will shape this 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. The fact that I'm speaking with you virtually is a sign of these difficult times. Sadly, due to the COVID-19 pandemic and safe distancing requirements, we're unable to meet in our traditional home, usually in Stabroek. Mr. Speaker, although this budget is dubbed Our Plan for Prosperity, let me first emphasize the our. It is clear that there's not much of a plan here, and there's little recognition of the current national environment we find ourselves in today. We realize that it is anything but one on which we could build a prosperous nation. A budget is defined as an estimate of income and expenditures for a set period of time. And that's the problem with Budget 2020 that was presented. A vacuous series of figures with no proper consultation or reference to the realities of Guyana today. To start, Mr. Speaker, at this time it is clear that this budget was given maybe to the best person that could read it. Isn't it strange, I pass in Guyanese parlance, that we are drowning in meaningless talk of transparency and accountability, and the people of this soon-to-be, and we're soon-to-be a nation that's similar to Dubai. And still today, second day of these budget presentations, we still don't know who our Minister of Finance is. That man or woman who we Guyanese will ultimately hold responsible for the management of our millions. How is it that with all the scheming and plotting by the then opposition after the no confidence motion of 2018 and this no-frills budget, MP Etchell's words, not mine, we still do not have a Minister of Finance. The fact that the presenter of this budget has a close association with religion, and yet his speech was devoid of any compassion with no indication that we should all still be our brother's keeper. A principle founding in all religions is beyond me. The fact that this government missed this opportunity, this supposed momentous opportunity in our plan for prosperity, I quote, to rally us all in the spirit of unity, peace, and forgiveness is simply sad. How can we forge that land of love, hope, and unity? Mr. Speaker, I know that the heckling will soon start. Speak to the budget and the numbers. That shrill voice on the government side will shout. But Mr. Speaker, I realize that at this time, numbers do not cut it in Guyana. Let's get honest. Let's take a look at our reality, our Guyana today. Mr. Speaker, if we in Guyana thought that the last 5 months of the election debacle was hard, the last 2 weeks have been brutal on the sensitivities and sensibilities of every Guyanese, regardless of his or her race. That we have a massive mistrust of each other, and that 3 generations later, it still threatens the stability of our dear land of Guyana is frightening. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's against this backdrop that the numbers of this budget must speak loudly and clearly. It should have a plan to address these deficiencies. It doesn't. Mr. Speaker, the last 2 years, Guyanese have been drowning in the propaganda wars of doom and gloom. Let's look at the sectorial performance of the economy. As stated in the budget speech by MP Edghill, and I quote him, end of year outcome for 2019 grew by 5.4%. Believe it or not, rice grew, beef grew, pork, mutton, table eggs, fish, quarry, mining expanded 10.6%. The growth in gold mining by 3%. Even bauxite, with all the criticism and negative talk, by his own admission, grew by 1.7%. He said, and I quote, the outturn in the gold mining was spurred by small and medium scale miners, that it increased over 25% on the previous year. Mr. Speaker, do you think the representative of the Minister of Finance would care to admit that the previous Natural Resources Minister and the junior minister at the time maybe had a plan, a specific policy and initiative that resulted in the phenomenal growth he refers to? Certainly that could not have come from an APNU AFC economic plan. But guess what? That was 2019. And then we're told that rice and other manufacturing increased by 26.4%. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if these words were being spoken by the real Minister of Finance. That is, my good friend, Minister Jordan. These are the words of the current government, the PPP government that came to rescue Guyana. But I was hearing the words grown, increased, expansion, and expanded many, many times in the presentation. I wonder if members of the Private Sector Commission heard that part of the speech. Mr. Speaker, on page 10, 11, and 12 of this budget speech, the words growth, expansion, and increased appears more than 12 times on these 2 pages. How can this be? The economy was then under the management of an AP and new AFC coalition. But Mr. Speaker, in reality, we know that there was consecutive growth all 4 years of the APNU AFC administration. But Mr. Speaker, the discussion or lack of discussion or the poor level of constructive discussion really is an indication of one of the major problems we have in Guyana today. That is the ability to build on the good, on the achievements, regardless of where it came from or who implemented it. The inability by many to be honest with the facts, to give jackets jackets. Mr. Speaker, the PPP are masters at propaganda, and I'll be the first to admit it. With all this growth, the picture of doom and gloom painted and consumed by many, including some in the international community, I wondered, is this the same country we're talking about? Mr. Speaker, one would have hoped that Budget 2020 would be transformational, that it would achieve all that the previous government failed to do in these 4 long years. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. But we can see the same political agenda of the PPP and the continuation of a failure to put Guyana first. The presenter of this budget in this honorable house at point 3.3 in the printed copy of the speech says, and I quote, "The sugar growing industry declined for a 4th consecutive year, with sugar production declining by 11.8% from the previous year." And guess what? You're planning to reopen sugar estates that fail to have a competitive advantage when it comes to production costs. No plan is articulated in this budget to ensure that we do it in a different way, and it doesn't become the black hole it was in the past. Instead, we will hand over triumphantly more than $5 billion of taxpayers' money payback to the political supporters. Mr. Speaker, can we get to a time when profitability and competitive advantage are the prime considerations of the day? Mr. Speaker, on March the 11th, I wrote to the the Ethnic Relations Commission, sharing links to Facebook posts that incited the most disrespectful manner of racial hostility. After receiving a prompt acknowledgement, there's been no indication that any concrete monitoring or anything was done to start to reduce the level of race hate we saw on social media. The seeds of this despicable acts and our "you do it, so I do it back" mentality were sown a few months after our 2015 election. It's important that we remember that. And it was articulated consistently by one of our supposed role models, one of the top men in government today. This talk has blossomed and continues unabated today. Imagine even the ERC had to issue a public disclaimer regarding the utterings of one of its own commissioners. Mr. Speaker, it's against this backdrop of growing race hate that I lament that this budget has no clear definitive statement or entity that will focus on and is adequately financed to deal with the issue of growing racial intolerance in Guyana. Social cohesion has been tossed on the dump site with no replacement at this time, a time when we've become so barbaric, we now beat, break, and brand with an X on the mutilated bodies of our young Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, the Ethnic Relations Commission, like GCOM, failed us Guyanese at a time when we needed them the most. May I suggest that the 220-odd million granted in this budget to the Ethnic Relations Commission might be insufficient. Mr. Speaker, this budget understandably takes cognizance of our COVID reality, as it should, and speaks of bringing under control the spread of COVID. I recall in March when invitations were issued to the then opposition for participation in the National COVID Task Force. These were vehemently rejected. How ironic it is that for the first 6 months of dealing with this pandemic, our COVID statistics remained relatively stable, tottering around 400 cases. And in the last 4 weeks of our new government, this has increased more than 100%, galloping out of control. But Mr. Speaker, what about the infrastructure we need to help us manage this COVID pandemic? I can stand tall and proud of the legacy left to this country to the hard work of the former Ministry of Public Telecommunications, which today one would have thought is all the more necessary. To be able to deliver education, health, a safe city, and other services in a COVID world, which is identified as a primary focus of Budget 2020. In 2015, I met a public sector still in the dark ages when it came to the delivery of services online. With the support of hard-working staff and public servants all across this country, we embraced the concept of creating a digital nation and putting Guyana on the same footing as our colleagues in the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Over 120 ministries were connected with secure internet through an e-government network that was established long before 2015, but never put into operation. With this network in place, we connected over 158 primary schools, 105 secondary schools, 30 technical and vocational institutions, opened 173 ICT hubs, provided free internet to RDC and NDC offices, internet to over 72 hinterland communities, hotspots, 11 fully equipped smart classrooms, and a few smart hospitals across our hinterland regions. Not to forget the Safe City solution with cameras, connectivity at markets, police, and fire stations. Mr. Speaker, now why would you dissolve this ministry, which provided dedicated focus on the expansion of infrastructure and services, the training of our people, and which became the envy of many a sister Caribbean country? Mr. Speaker, I'm not tooting my own horn, but seek to remind the current administration that a solid digital infrastructure is in place, which must be expanded to meet the demands for online learning in our COVID world. Mr. Speaker, recently I read stories and news releases about broadcast to schools. And I want to mention that at the age of 9, and I'm not saying that there isn't a place for this medium, but at the age of 9, I read stories for broadcast to schools. And guess what? 40 years later, more than 40 years later, I lament that I've heard little or nothing on the use of existing digital technologies and plans for changing and ensuring safe distancing access so that we could still use some of the facilities that are already in place. And most importantly, the role of ICTs in alleviating some of the current crisis we face regarding the delivery of education to our children. Mr. Speaker, let's face it, this is the reality. If you don't have money in Guyana today and you can't pay for internet, your child, if your child does not have a device, your child's learning and progress will not be able to proceed unhindered. If you come from poor circumstances, your child does not have any of these connectivity or a device, then you know your child will face hardships and flounder. I raise this, Mr. Speaker, because this budget should have spoken in greater voice, not to the one laptop per family of 6 years ago, but to the one laptop per child, as is required in these times of COVID. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Ram and McRae, in their audit of the infamous failed fiber optic cable, highlighted a scandal unsurpassed: corruption involving a close relative of a former president of Guyana, to the tune of over $2 billion with absolutely nothing to show for it. And I know that everybody knows I'm talking about the scenario pre-APNU AFC of 2015. But even with the progress that one can see that was made, a quick look at Appendix T in these budgets highlights the fact that this sector, this ICT sector, has in fact received $400 million less this year. Mr. Speaker, this makes no sense. But, Mr. Speaker, there are even a few more misgivings in this budget. That the Ogle to Demerara bypass road would now be reduced to a two-lane Ogle to Eccles bypass road and not a transformational gateway. That is simply shocking. Shocking, recognizing the growth that in populations that reside in Diamond and in places like Parfait Harmony. And the fact that more than 10,000 cars are put on our roads every year. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful that we left in place under the Hinterland Poor and Remote Communities GRIP-funded project, equipment including VSAP dishes and laptops ready to be implemented in 200 hinterland communities as part of an ongoing commitment to expanding connectivity and bridging the digital divide. I'm happy that mention was made of our project to rebuild and renovate the Linden Call Center. That is continuing so that the employment potential it will offer can be materialized. Mr. Speaker, as a people, we must move away from if it's not my idea, it can't be good thinking. It is the same taxpayers' money that every government spends in the production of these budgets. Mr. Speaker, this time round, this budget is not about numbers, but what we, the leaders of this beautiful nation, will leave this generation and the next generation. How will we honor the blood shed on these lands long before independence, which continues today? The blood of 6 peoples, 5 of whom traveled to come here, some against their will and leaving a better life to be unpaid slaves, and others coming, choosing to seek a better life in what was to be this new world. Mr. Speaker, I notice my colleague, Mr. Ramsaran Berry, my good friend Berry, raising a couple of points. And what was interesting is that if we play back the start of his presentation, we will note his reference to backtrack. And he's absolutely correct. Guyana is backtrack. Back to the racial hostilities, back to the violence, back to the innocent slaughter of young Guyanese, especially African young men, back to aircrafts found in remote airstrips full of drugs, cocaine, and sometimes a dead body, as I think happened just over the last couple of days. Back to degrading women, as we know many have a reputation for. So yes, I do agree with a lot of the sentiments from my colleague who spoke in just prior to me. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, whichever way you cut it, we have failed to forge the one people, the one nation, with a common destiny that we can all subscribe to. Until we do, no amount of oil discoveries, no amount of thousands of barrels of oil a day will make a difference or will stop the blood that will continue to be shed. Until we have a system that works fairly in the interest of all Guyanese, we will not move forward. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, a lot of the events of the last 3 weeks have just convinced many, many Guyanese, a large section of our Guyanese population, that the current administration is not interested in moving forward, is not interested in shaping a Guyana that we all can call hope. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind us all, when we play this game, there are no winners. We have seen it in the last week. We have seen it in the unrest that currently plagues our country, our history, any part of the world. is replete of examples that highlight when it comes to racial intolerance, there are no winners. Our own poet, Martin Carter, reminds us we all will be consumed. Mr. Speaker, better must come. May this honorable House play a pivotal role in its fast arrival. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Catherine Hughes. We now move on to the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Barak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to Budget 2020 debate under a theme that is reflective of the budget, and a budget with measures to realize that theme. Mr. Speaker, let me join with my colleagues to commend the Honorable Bishop Juan Ejil and his team for presenting the forest emergency budget of our government in record time. And I would like to use the words of the Honorable Minister as I describe the budget as a no-nonsense, no frills, no bluff, people-centered, pro-poor, results-oriented approach to launching the nation back on the path to prosperity after the hardship imposed by this nation during the last 5 years by the APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, a national budget usually takes maybe 150 days to be prepared and presented in the National Assembly. However, under the guidance of His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali and Honorable Vice President Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, we have completed that budget in a record time of 27 days. Mr. Speaker, like them or not, these are two geniuses when it comes to economics, maybe two of the best economists in Guyana and the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, I was a bit taken back listening to the Honorable Member Cathy Hughes, because I was told that the Honorable Member is the Shadow Minister for Natural Resources. However, what we heard for the last 20 or 25 minutes from the Honorable Member is a lot of storytelling and wild assertions, which cannot take our country forward. Mr. Speaker, I would like to outline our strategic objectives for 2020, which include bringing under control the spread of the COVID-19 and opening up the economy and restoring economic activity to a level of normalcy. Mr. Speaker, we have heard so many comments about the COVID-19 pandemic from the previous speaker and also other speakers on the opposition benches. But it is sad that we are trying to use the COVID pandemic for politicking. It is sad that we're using the COVID pandemic to gain cheap political points when people are suffering. To deal with the COVID pandemic, we must take a national approach. We must work together to bring the COVID pandemic under control. It is sad that the previous member would have mentioned that the cases are skyrocketing. But what the member did not mention is that under the previous administration, when we took over government only a month ago, that the amount of tests conducted every day or per day was only 31 tests per day on average. Only 31 tests per day. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to inform that under our administration and only 1 month in government, we have increased testing to almost 300 per day. To almost 300 per day. Mr. Speaker, a month ago, there were only about 2 or 3 trained persons to conduct the test in this country. Imagine that. And the previous administration was preparing and would have spent $160 billion over the last 7 to 8 months, and not a cent was spent to train people to conduct the COVID tests. Today we have more than 40 persons who have been trained to conduct the COVID tests. And when we talk about COVID, Guyanese are reminded of the COVID hospital a mere shell for over 1 point something billion Guyana dollars expended here, with no one trained to man that facility, no oxygen facility in the hospital. How can we take patients to a mere shell when we would have expended over 1 billion Guyana dollars on a property that is not even owned by the government of Guyana? Mr. Speaker, that is criminal. Mr. Speaker, 2020, the year 2020, will go down as a memorable day in the history of Guyana. Some people say it will go down as the year when you had massive reincarnation. You had massive reincarnation based on the AP and UAFC, when the dead came out from the ground and voted and went back into their tombs. The year 2020 would be remembered as a year when a country was being hijacked and when elections were being attempted to rig, and we were going back into the dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, there were many mentioned in this House about SOPs. I would like to say that I have seen all of the 2,339 SOPs for all the polling stations throughout the country. I don't know how many on the opposition benches have actually seen the SOPs, but yet we claim fraud. Yet we claim fraud, but we have not seen a single polling statement of poll. But yet we claim fraud. Mr. Speaker, 2020 will be remembered as the 33 days that we spent at this facility, where we recounted every single ballot. And it still showed that the People's Progressive Party got over 15,000 votes, more than the AP and UAFC. And that is a fact. And that is a fact, Mr. Speaker. 2020 would be remembered as the year when Guyanese starts to breathe again, with the return of the People's Progressive Party, civic and government. 2020 will be remembered as a budget that is pro-investment, pro-poor, pro-working class. A budget that will take us and prepare the foundation for 2021 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, let us also remind the House that of the $330 billion allocated, $160 billion has already been spent by the AP and UFC. So when you sit in this House and you condemn the budget, you have already spent $160 billion out of the $330 billion. Mr. Speaker, this emergency budget was commended by a number of individuals and a number of organizations in and out of Guyana. In and out of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2020, we were told by former President, Mr. David Granger, that is a copycat budget, that it is an APNU budget. But yet we have heard almost every single member on the opposition benches condemning Budget 2020. Are you saying that Mr. David Granger is wrong? Are you condemning his comments as well too? What we have heard from the opposition benches is a regurgitation of 2015 and 2011. That is what we have been heard over the last day and a half. And in that vein, I wish to commend the honorable member, Ms. Philadelphia. I believe, in all right, her speech was very objective and very forward-thinking when she spoke about training of young people to manage the oil and gas sector. And I want to let you know that that is the intention of the People's Progressive Party administration. Because there was no local content framework in place, even though the APNU AFC preached about oil and gas and forest oil for so many years. There was a policy that was more targeted to benefiting the companies and not the official locals. But we intend to ensure that we have a strong local content policy followed by regulatory framework so that our locals can enjoy the benefits of the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2020 is not a lumpy-pumpy budget. Budget 2020 is not a pro-private sector budget, as the opposition might want to say. Budget 2020 is a people's budget. Many have said it is a pro-private sector budget. My friends, that is the mistake that the AP and UFC made, and that is why you're sitting over that side of the house. Because of it, instead of incentivizing the private sector, you penalize the private sector. Because no government in this world can create employment for all its people. You need the support of the private sector. And that was your mistake. And that is what you continue to do. And that is why you will remain over there for a very long period of time. Because we cannot see SOPs still. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight some of the measures that Budget 2020 will address. Increase of old age pension to $25,000. It is not only about the increase in the old age pension, Mr. Speaker, but our Minister of Social Services is taking steps to ensure that this money goes to the homes and the villages of these poor pensioners. In the past, these pensioners got to sit under a shed with the umbrella or line up by the post office in Chung to collect their $20,000. We are taking steps so that this money can go to the doorsteps of our pensioners. We are also, and I'm happy to tell the Honorable Member Henry too, that we are taking steps to ensure that the shop owners in the hinterland don't take advantage of the pensioners, because we know that happened under the past administration, where the pensioners take their voucher for $20,000, but they receive only $10,000 or $15,000 in return for goods. So we are working to ensure that our pensioners in the hinterland, they will get the full share of the increase. Mr. Speaker, the return of the cash grant and the increase of the cash grant to $15,000. Mr. Speaker, another promise fulfilled to the children of this country. Unfortunately, and the opposition still boasts about it, that the 5Bs program is better than the cash grant. Now, how can a right-thinking person actually say something like that? The 5Bs program, and if you do the mathematics, anybody can do the mathematics. The 5B programs was benefiting maybe 10,000 children in this country. You add up the amount of seats in each David Granger bus, you add up the seat in every boat that you distribute, you add up how much bicycle you distribute, and it won't reach 10,000. It will not reach 10,000. And if you're not aware, we have over 170,000 school children in the public school systems. Over 170,000. But the 5B program was benefiting 10,000 students. How can it be better? How can it possibly be better, my friends? The removal of VAT on essential items and goods. In 2015 and beyond, there was a promise to reduce VAT. So yes, it was reduced from 16 to 14, but there was a backlash as usual under the AP and UFC. They increased the amount of items that you have to pay VAT to, including medical supplies, including school supplies, including construction materials. Mr. Speaker, we are removing the VAT on all these goods and services in Budget 2020. Another promise realized in 1 month. Another promise realized in 1 month, Mr. Speaker. This, of course, will significantly reduce the cost of living. Charging people VAT on electricity and water is almost criminal in a country like Guyana. My friends, the $25,000 COVID relief. We have heard comments, snide comments about pittances. Can you say to the people of Guyana, how much have you given to them? How much of this $160 billion that you already spent in 2020 was spent on the people of Guyana? How much of that 160 was given to the people while they were suffering under the COVID pandemic? My friend and colleague, the Honorable Sanjeev Dattudin would have outlined how that 160 million was spent. It was spent on bringing in lawyers to determine whether 33 is greater than 32. It was spent on lawyers to determine whether the word valid actually means valid. It was spent on lawyers to tell you that you lost the election. That is where the money went, instead of spending it on the people who needed relief during this COVID pandemic. That is where the 160 billion went. $800 million to the Amerindian Development Fund. And my friend again, the Honorable Henry, while I believe he's not fully equipped with the fact in terms of the CSO program, I ask that he equip himself with the fact, and he would see how the CSO program will benefit almost 2,000 young Amerindians, brothers and sisters. Incentives to the agriculture sector, because agriculture has always been important to this country. Agriculture is the reason for all of us being in this country, and we must look after agriculture. And I want to commend to our agriculture minister, who has been doing a wonderful job so far. Mr. Speaker, we had promised that we will reopen the sugar estates, and we will do that, because we would have budgeted $5 billion to reopen the Skeldon, Rosal, and the Edmore sugar estates, and that we will do. Unfortunately, we cannot open the Wales sugar estate because of the state in which it is in today. Because of the state in which you would have reduced it today, selling out the materials as scrap iron. That was the trade. That was the trade of the Wales sugar estate. I can recall clearly, because I sat in the 11th Parliament, at the then Minister of Public Security, the Honorable Kemraj Ramjitan, saying that he's right-sizing Gaisuku by closing down those estates. Right-sizing Gaisuku by putting 7,000 people out of job, most of whom are his fellow Barbicians. But he's right-sizing the industry. I would have heard too from the Honorable Member that how long do you want people to cut cane? Let them go and work in the oil industry. But I believe that the Honorable know that the oil industry is a capital-intensive industry and not a labor-intensive industry. There is no way that the oil industry would be able to employ more than what Gaisuku employ. The upgrade of the West Demerara Hospital, the upgrade of the Leonora Hospital, the upgrade of the Diamond Hospital, and you will find that allocation in Budget 2020. That is another promise fulfilled. And since you're speaking about my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Sports, he will tell you in his presentation that you will have a multi-purpose complex in Linden very soon. You will have a multi-complex in Borbies. You will have one in Essequibo. And that shows, like my friend said, equitable distribution. We don't put an agricultural project in certain areas alone. We don't build stadiums in certain areas alone. And certain senior members will know about the agriculture project I'm referring to. We will build stadiums in Borbies, in Linden, and Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, I heard it was mentioned this morning about rollover projects. I'm a bit confused, because the last budget that was passed in this country was passed in December 2018. And we are still talking about rollover projects in September 2020. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong here. Rollover from where? That is why you were rolled into the opposition. You were rolled on the opposite side of the house. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the opposition benches that our manifesto is a 5-year plan, not a 1-month plan. It is a 5-year plan. But I know, like many Guyanese, you have high expectations now too, because you are seeing what we can do. But you left us broke. You left us basically broke. So we have to rebuild from scratch like we did in 1992. And that is what we will do, because we are committed to building this country for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, under our administration for the next 5 years, there will be a number of transformational projects that will take our country, as one presenter mentioned earlier, to the little Dubai of the Western Hemisphere, or the Singapore of the Western Hemisphere, the 4-lane Demerara Harbour Bridge, the high-span Demerara Harbour Bridge, which the AP and UAFC spent over $200 million to do a study for. Just a study, not a brick, not a load of sand, but $200 million just to conduct a study of building a new harbor bridge. We will build that in this term in office. Mr. Speaker, we have already started talks with His Excellency the President of Suriname to have that bridge across the Quarantine River. That will open up untold opportunities for Guyanese and more so Barbicians in the field of tourism, in the field of trade. It will give us a direct market to Europe through Suriname. So we have already started talks, Mr. Speaker. We have already started talks with Brazil to do the Linden to Lethem Highway, which the AP and UAFC spent millions on a study again, on a study, but nothing has been done. Just a mere study has been done. Mr. Speaker, to address the issue of power generation, because we know we have it is high to produce electricity in Guyana. The government of Guyana will engage in a gas energy project within its forest term in government, so that the cost of electricity will be reduced by 50%. Will be reduced by 50%. And as a matter of fact, we have already set up a task force to start working on that gas energy project. The gas energy project, my friends, will bring investors to our country, because we will have cheap power. It will create employment. It will create goods and services for our people. And these are some of the transformational projects that will make Guyana into a little Dubai under the People's Progressive Party administration. Mr. Speaker, if I may turn to some of the budget measures that would directly benefit the natural resources sector. $1.5 billion for hinterland roads. $1.5 billion for hinterland roads. And building the hinterland roads, Mr. Speaker, will not only benefit loggers and miners, it will benefit our Amerindian brothers and sisters who live in those areas and those regions, and who have to travel through those almost impossible routes. We have heard tales and stories that many companies would have withdrawn their operations from the Peruni area because it is impossible to traverse through the Peruni Road as it is right now. Mr. Speaker, we would look at the opportunities of possibly bridging Oriala to Kokwani by having the Bisaruni Road done. This is something that would open up those communities. It was something that would increase the mining and logging activities in that area. So the $1.5 billion hinterland road is very much welcome by in the natural resources sector. And this will be supported by GGMC with almost another $1 billion, so that our hinterland roads will be in a better state. Because you speak to any logger, you speak to any miner, the number one problem that they have is the infrastructure, is the roads. Because if we don't have roads, it carries up their production cost. We have better roads, our production will increase. Removal of VAT and reversal of duties on logging and mining equipment and machinery. The last administration claimed to be supportive of small miners and loggers, yet you impose VAT on machinery and equipment. We are removing that in only 1 month in office. Tax concessions on mining, agriculture, and forestry. Removal of VAT on hinterland travel. Mr. Speaker, we know that local travel is already expensive as it is. The APNU AFC imposed VAT on local travel, not only hindering the loggers and the miners, but our Amerindian brothers and sisters who have to travel had to pay VAT on travel. This we will remove. Another promise fulfilled in only 1 month. Remove license requirements for mining equipment. And of course, we are going to amend the log export policy so that the forestry sector can bloom again, can breathe again. Because as we know it, the forestry sector, Mr. Speaker, is bankrupt. So we are going to amend the log export policy, which will enable people without concession, sawmillers, to export logs. As it is now, only people holding a concession can export logs. So we are going to change it to allow sawmillers to export logs, and of course, while still encouraging that we have value-added forest products. So we are going to encourage that they export the lesser used species that is not used on the market. That is the intent of the amending the log export policy. Our new government would buy 50 new 4x4 vehicles to support security in the mining, logging, and hinterland regions. Mr. Speaker, this is very critical in the mining and logging sector. Security is of utmost importance, especially when it comes to mining and gold miners transporting the gold. The PPPC government has listened, and we have delivered in that we will be purchasing 50 new 4x4 vehicles to boost the security in the hinterland regions. Mr. Speaker, the speaker before me, the Honorable Cathy Hughes, mentioned in her presentation that there was no consultation. Apparently, Honorable Member Broom, Honorable Member Hughes is not au fait as to what is happening in Guyana. Our ministers, this team of ministers here, have been in almost every single community and every single region in only 1 month. In only 1 month, almost every single community in every single region, even though we are faced with a COVID pandemic. The Ministry of Natural Resources has held consultations with a number of organizations, including the Guyana Gold Diamond Miners Association, the Women Miners Association, the National Mining Syndicate, which was established by former Minister Brooms and became a political body, is now willing to work to ensure that we move forward the sector. The Ituni Forest Producers Association, the Upper Borbies Demerara Forest Producers Association, the Forest Producers Association of Guyana, the Guyana Manufacturing and Service Association, representatives of the National Tashau Council, and a number of small and medium-scale loggers and miners. We would have held consultations with all these groupings to ensure that their voices are heard and their needs are reflected in Budget 2020. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running, so I would like to go directly into the Guyana Forestry Commission. I would like to go into the Guyana Forestry Commission proper. In order to bring relief to a sector that was terribly mismanaged and on the decline, Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Forestry Commission is bankrupt. Sadly so. It is unable to pay the staff members. It is unable to pay NIS contribution. It is unable to pay GRA. It is unable to pay GPL. It is unable to pay union dues. It is unable to pay the 2018 25,000 bonus announced by the APNU AFC government. As of today, those staff were not paid their bonus since 2018 December of $25,000 each. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the Guyana forestry sector had a net surplus of approximately 211 million Guyana dollars. A net surplus of 211 million Guyana dollars. We had an export We have an export earnings of over 53 million US dollars. Unfortunately, by 2019, our export was
Honorable
reduced
member, 2 minute notice.
by over 20 million US dollars. Mr. Speaker, I would have listened to the Honorable Raphael Trotman, former Minister of Natural Resources, when he mentioned that 600 hectares was given for conservation. That is quite commendable. But at the same time, 6,000 hectares were given to friends and cronies and families who cannot even work the land as we speak here today, who have not even had the capacity and resources to work those land. And that is a reason why today the Forestry Commission is faced in that state. Worse yet, the Ayakorama is bankrupt. Ayakorama is now seeking a subsidy from the government to maintain their operation. And because of their lack of resources, they are unable to monitor the preservation. So illegal logging and illegal mining has taken over today. Thanks to the PPPC government, we are going to give them some money so that they can carry out their operation. And it is strange as to why Ayakorama is in this state today. It is because of the AP and UFC failure to nominate the 4 persons to sit on the board so that the board can seek donations from overseas organizations. The board hasn't been functioning for the last 3 to 4 years because the then government failed to appoint 4 persons on that board. That's the reason. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you will need an extension to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to propose that my honorable member has 5 minutes more to conclude his speech.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you can continue to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member Trotman also mentioned, and rightly so, that in 2015 to 2020, Guyana had the highest gold declaration. That is true. That is true. Merely because of Troy resources and Guyana gold fields that were brought here by the PPPC administration. But it's strange enough, Mr. Speaker, at my first meeting with the head of the gold board, it was reported that we have an overdraft of almost 4 billion Guyana dollars. An overdraft of almost 4 billion Guyana dollars. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I will go to petroleum production. Please. Mr. Speaker, oil can be a blessing or it can be a curse, as we all know it, but it depends on the management of the sector. To avoid the resource curse and achieve resource opportunity, an inclusive, non-partisan, transparent, and balanced approach must be implemented, and we intend to take this approach so that we will establish the Petroleum Commission, which will be tabled back in Parliament very soon. Mr. Speaker, since the new administration has been in office, the Ministry of Natural Resources has undergone institutional changes, whereby the Department of Energy is now under the Ministry of Natural Resources. The Department of Energy previously functioned in a policy direction capacity, technical and operational capacity, and basically operated without much guidance. Under the PPPC administration, the Department of Energy will be converted into a professional technical unit to manage this sector. And I want to say and put on record that as of today, no one from the Department of Energy has been dismissed or sent home, and that the team is actively involved in the Payara negotiations with Exxon, GGMC, and EPA. As we speak, they are currently meeting to thrash out issues so that we can get that agreement, license agreement. Mr. Speaker, it is our intention that the Department of Energy and the Petroleum Department at GGMC will be subsumed into the Petroleum Commission within the shortest period of time, so that there will be less political interference and the sector can be managed by non-politicians. Mr. Speaker, the AP and UFC spoke so much about oil and gas, but we are surprised to realize that there is no proper financial infrastructure architecture in place to manage this new sector. There is no proper natural resource fund, even though one was passed in 2019 after the no confidence motion. But we need to ensure that we repeal or amend this bill so that it is insulated from political interference and define how the funds flow into the budget and how it is used. As mentioned, the Petroleum Commission bill will retable because this bill was tabled in 2017. It was sent to select committee based on our argument that it is giving the Minister of Natural Resources too much power. Even though we are on an opposite side today, we still hold the same position that we don't want a bill that will empower or give the Minister of Natural Resources all power over the Commission. The Commission must be independent. Mr. Speaker, on the local content framework, His Excellency has already established a high panel team, and that team will soon start consultations and workshops with the relevant stakeholders so that we can have a proper local content policy in place and a regulatory legal framework to ensure that Guyanese benefit from the oil and gas sector. Because we can talk about local content policy, but if we don't have a legal framework, how are we going to safeguard benefits for Guyanese? Mr. Speaker, we will actively engage in a robust CSR program because we believe that CSRs can benefit the communities throughout the entire regions. And we believe that training also is important. So we will invest heavily in training from 2021. We have already had talks with the Indian government, with the Chinese government, and with a few other partners to have scholarships on oil and gas, to have courses on oil and gas offered to young Guyanese who can benefit from this sector. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity also to re-announce Guyana's 18th oil find. 18th oil find in the red tail exploration well. Mr. Speaker, this will already add to the Liza 1 and Liza 2. So once Payara is approved too, Mr. Speaker, because currently we are engaged in negotiation, that is the technical and legal teams and not politicians. The technical and legal teams are engaged in negotiations with Exxon and the other bodies, so that when we have a production license, it reflects the will of the people, and the benefits from it goes to Guyanese, and it don't only go to the company. Mr. Speaker, since the new administration has been in office, we have ensured that we review the work of BFAs that was working on the Payara Field Development Plan. Even though we are pushed for time because of the election impasse and the last 5 months that we lost, we have not signed that agreement because His Excellency would like to be comfortable that when he's signing an agreement, he signed an agreement that will benefit Guyanese. That is why we would have engaged the Canadian government for assistance to re-examine the field development plan that is being done by BFA's consultancy. And that consultation is ongoing. Consultation is on. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that since being in office for approximately 1 month, we have been working mostly on the Payara agreement, which will benefit Guyana, as well as the local content policy, which will benefit Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I stand firmly before you, committed to this task, and assure you that we plan to strengthen our institutional capacity and adopt a strong legislative and regulatory framework for the sustainable management of our nation's natural resources through the programs, plans, and projects that I've outlined to you before. I wish to conclude with a quote from the famous and great Nelson Mandela. Action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming. But vision with action can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Tionarain Ramsuru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to make my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as Speaker of this National Assembly. I wish you well and health. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my presentation, I would like to put on record 2 points. One, my good friend, Honorable Member Larry Ramsaran, that he's correct, and I support him fully when he said Guyana back on track. Mr. Speaker, for the last month, there was an increase in COVID-19 death rates, flooding, blackouts, protests back in business. Murders rate has increased, and the drug is back in business. So I fully support you, my friend. Guyana is back in business. Mr. Speaker, I also want to put on record for the Honorable Member and Minister of Natural Resources that sometimes it be good to fact check the records. When we took over in 2015, Mr. Speaker, GFC was already in a bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, there were $600 million that was taken from the coffers of GFC for a building in the High Street, which is on the White Elephant now. Mr. Speaker, as I go forward, I will elaborate more on this. But my contribution to the 2020 budget debate would focus on the natural resources sector, specifically the Ministry of Natural Resources and the sector agencies currently under its mandate. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, firstly, I would like to recognize the commitment and dedication of the management and staff of the ministry, those of the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, the Guyana Gold Board, and especially the Commissioner and staff of the Guyana Forestry Commission. The latter agency, as of August 2020, seems to have been the whipping horse of the chief whip on the other side of the house, whom, in my view, does not have the qualification to make this pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, I do not know which year financial audited accounts the GFC that the honorable member was recently reviewing. I will assure this honorable House that it was not those of 2013, 2014, or 2015. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, just maybe, it was that year when last in government, where that $600 million I spoke about was taken from the coffers of GFC to build a White Elephant that's on the High Street, that was declared unsafe for human occupation and abandoned because it was given to our friend contractors. Or the $300 million loan to Ayakarama, and the correct word is Ayakarama, sir, and which was never repaid, or the $200 million that was transferred to the consolidated fund, and some that went to Marriott, and the Clico fiasco. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm urging my honorable members to ensure that we check the records and don't be misguided. It was during his previous tenure in office, Mr. Speaker, when the PPPC betrayed the scared assurance given by the party's founder and leader as the executive president of this republic to the international community, when His Excellency stated that there shall be no logging below the 4th parallel. And upon his death, the PPC government directed the GFC to do otherwise. It was the executive president of my coalition government, while in office, that restored the honor of the PPP founder and leader, when His Excellency Brigadier Retired David A. Granger, the international community, that the tropical forest below the 4th parallel would be dedicated for biodiversity and conservation. What an irony, Mr. Speaker, what an irony. Mr. Speaker, I have just earned my first cap and entry into this honorable House, and therefore I stand advised to stick to what I know. The perusal of the 2020 budget addresses under number 261 Policy and Administration of the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Forest Carbon Partnership Project. This project focuses on reducing emissions from the deforestation and forest degradation, RED+. The plus targeting the related benefits from watershed protection, water conservation, and enhancing the sustainable livelihood of the indigenous people and forest-dependent communities. A grant project worth US $3.8 million, to which the PPC government signed a technical cooperation agreement with the IDB, which is a local donor partner, in February 2014. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, was never implemented. Almost deemed and declared abandoned. It was my coalition government, when it came to office, that was able to recover the project. And in the late 2016, established a project execution unit under the Ministry of Natural Resources and implemented the RED+ readiness phase of this World Bank project. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity at this time to commend the Ministry of Natural Resources and the project execution unit of the Ministry for the tremendous and efficient work that was achieved over the last 3.5 years. The RED+ readiness phase reports have now been commended to the hands of the current government, and we, on this side of the House, look forward to how the best interests of Guyana will be emanated from these reports, especially the benefits which would occur for our indigenous brothers and sisters and the forest-dependent communities. Mr. Speaker, the importance of this RED+ project cannot be underestimated as part from forestry. It also addresses program activities in agriculture, that is food security, mining, that is reducing deforestation and the use of mercury, climate change issues, and infrastructure development. Program 262 of the Natural Resources Management states in its objective to promote and support expansion and diversification of the economy by facilitating responsible exploration and development of the Guyana natural resources through effective management, regulations, and oversight by the regulatory agencies. Strategies include improving sectorial natural resources management, enhanced regulations of mining and logging companies, support value-added production, and increase sectoral access to natural resources databases. Mr. Speaker, many of these strategies commenced under the coalition government. The Ministry of Natural Resources, under the purview of the Guyana Forest Commission, accomplished over the last 5 years the following, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, our achievements, we have reviewed the forest concession agreement. This was done both local and foreign companies. And this is how we were able to have set aside and recover those land that was issued under the fourth parallel. We have also in this process, or this program, we have secured the 800,000 hectares that was given away to the friends of the PPC and was given to the Guyanese people. Strengthening disclosure of information. Mr. Speaker, we have public release and disclosure of information that you can see on the GFC website and portal, that everything that the GFC have done is on the website. We have nothing to hide, Mr. Speaker, nothing to hide. So my friend who is asking, you can go and check it out. Go and check it out. Mr. Speaker, it was our government, Mr. Speaker, that we have set up the EITI, a sector or an agency within the Ministry of Natural Resources that the PPC government was hiding from because they didn't want to disclose who own what? Mr. Speaker, when we have found out that the former president, Donald Ramotar, brother-in-law, owned an oil block, that you should talk about, my friend. That you should have talked about. Mr. Speaker, we have strengthened interagency collaboration. And I want to commend the Honorable Minister to ensure that he saw this one. Because when he mentioned that the monies from GGMC to build hinterland roads, this was because of what we have set, the strengthening interagencies collaboration. And this is what we have done. Mr. Speaker, the National Forest Inventory. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say this, that the National Forest Inventory was done in the 1950s. That was the last one. And within a 5 years period, or less than, I would say 5 years, Mr. Speaker, I would say 2 years, we have established back the National Forest Inventory that was done since the last 1950s. And we have put aside $300 million to do this, which I have not seen yet in the budget. Mr. Speaker, we have increased the tariff of imported pine woods and pine products because there was an influx of pine to our local industry and they were crying on it. So what we have done, we have increased that tariff so that we can able to allow the local businesses to survive. Mr. Speaker, under the program Community Forestry, we have expanded this program to a total of 69 communities, Mr. Speaker, 69 communities that have access to over 500,000 hectares of forest land. Not one company want to take a monopoly. That's what we have done, Mr. Speaker. We have done that. Under the forest land and employees, Mr. Speaker, these communities that own over 500,000 hectares of land have employed over 6,000 persons directly from this community. Nearly 40 to 60% of women and youths. Mr. Speaker, when we took over government in 2015, indeed, we have supported the UFLEC program, and we are managed to continue this program. And on the 23rd of November 2019, we have initialed the voluntary partnership agreement, which will pave the way for more markets. So there will be a continuous improvement of the sector. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to recognizing the accomplishment of the current government in office, but it will take a tall order to upstage or outshine the APNU-AFC-led government. Mr. Speaker, one area to which I draw your attention, the forestry sector, in the hands of the private investor, and it's their initiative that will have to be given special attention regarding value-added products. The other area, Mr. Speaker, is strategic land use management and the competition between agriculture, settlements, mining, forestry, and industrial zone must be given special attention if Guyana is to maintain its commitment to the Paris Agreement of 2015.
2-minute notice.
Regarding forest conservation, increasing the acreage on the protected areas. Mr. Speaker, tropical forest lands are important to the world. Ensure mitigation methods to address climate change and enhance the natural environment. Honorable members of this House, I would like to be assured that we are all committed to the safeguard the natural patrimony of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana that will accrue benefits for our people. I look forward in the not distant future to examine the stewardship of the natural resources sector of the current government in this regard. We'll be watching. Mr. Speaker, I must mention as a geographic representation for Region 4. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to speak on a geographic space. Healthcare has improved tremendously in this region, Mr. Speaker, where new health centers were built. Some resuscitate to facilitate the elders so they don't have to travel to Georgetown away for long hours. We have done that, Mr. Speaker. Adequate drugs and staff is no longer an issue. Some of these centers are equipped with technological equipment to do things like the X-ray and ultrasound, so they no longer have to go to only one central location to do that. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that we have a COVID testing site also on the East Coast. Mr. Speaker, agriculture in this region has once again seen the light of the day, with the Hope Coconut Estate once again become self-sufficient and self-financed. And this is how we do it. Not bailouts, bailouts, bailouts.
Honorable member,
This, Mr.
please get an extension to conclude.
Comrade Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, you can continue to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has become a reality due to the right-thinking visionaries of the coalition-led government. Mr. Speaker, it is not by accident I joined this team by looking back at what was done by the coalition and what existed before, coupled with what was presented to this House on Wednesday, 9th of September. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that I have made the right choice. Mr. Speaker, I am proud again to inform this noble House that the coalition government has invested tremendously in the drainage and irrigation department. This, Mr. Speaker, saw excavation of drainage and canals being done regularly in the area. Now allow me to ring my bell. Flooding is a thing of the past, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the coalition government. It must be told that all villages and communities are benefiting from the same. No more green or red villages, Mr. Speaker. Water services have been improved tremendously, Mr. Speaker. We can now enjoy 24-hour service of water. And this is over the last 5 years under the leadership of the humble servant, Dr. Richard Van Mes Charles. Mr. Speaker, for this service, I will give the PP a fail grade. The budget presented to this House, Mr. Speaker, is a hot mess and has not adequately catered for the needs of the small man. In fact, it is a clear distinction of the rich getting richer and the poor poorer. Mr. Speaker, I came to this noble House proud as a humble servant of Region 4 and pleased to state that the coalition government ensured internal roads and streets have been upgraded and can joyfully state that all communities benefited from this. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the PPC has been given a fail grade for not distributing resources all across to all communities. Added to the improvement of the streets and roads, Mr. Speaker, they were complemented by street lights. Not the fairy lights we're talking about that's normally light up at the main street during Christmas season by courts. We're talking about street lights. Thanks to the Honorable Member, David Patterson, former Minister of Public Infrastructure. You have done well, sir. You have done well. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development has taken his job seriously, and I commend you for that. As a matter of fact, almost immediately he embarked on visits to various communities. Mr. Speaker, I am putting him on notice that there must not be a return to what obtained during the 23 years in office of red villages versus green villages. Every community must benefit therefrom. I challenge the Honorable Member to build a strong allegiance with the local authority areas and let it ring out loud and clear that you are concerned of giving power to the small man, the real man. Mr. Speaker, I wish to clearly state that this budget is an insult to the right-thinking Guyanese. Rather, it can be considered a wet slush. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Minister within the Ministry of Housing and Water, Susan Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Preparation of the measures set out in Budget 2020 began long before 2020. It began immediately after His Excellency President Dr. Irfan Ali was elected to be the presidential candidate for the People's Progressive Party Civic. It was being crafted throughout his journey to all 10 administrative regions of our country. It was being crafted in every community, with every meeting, with every interaction, with every promise, with every plea he heard from the ordinary Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2020 was designed by the people of Guyana. It is the people's budget. Mr. Speaker, it is with humility and pride that I rise to make my maiden presentation on the occasion of Budget 2020. Humility as a young woman from a small but multiracial, multi-ethnic community from Middle Road, La Penitence, addressing this great house, the highest policy forum in our country. And honored to be doing so on behalf of the People's Progressive Party Civic. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to His Excellency President Ali, Vice President and General Secretary of the People's Progressive Party Civic, Dr. Bart Jagdeo, and by extension, the people of Guyana, for the confidence reposed in me to support the work of the new PPP administration in the housing and water sectors. I am also privileged to work alongside my colleague, Minister Colin Crowell, whom I consider a friend. Mr. Speaker, after 5 tumultuous years of the APNU-AFC coalition, during which its leaders sought to help themselves to our country's resources and treated the people as though they were forgotten, the PPPC has been given the mandate by the people of Guyana on March 2nd to resume the management of those resources. It is a mandate and a challenge which the PPPC accepts with the full knowledge that we must simultaneously clean the audience stables left by the APNU-AFC coalition, while enabling the people of our country to enjoy the right enshrined in Article 26 of the Constitution of Guyana, the right of all Guyanese to proper housing accommodation. Despite this right, Mr. Speaker, with its attendant and necessary corollary of a corresponding duty imposed on the government of the day, the APNU-AFC for the first time in the history of Guyana dispensed with a properly designated and functioning Ministry of Housing. It did not take President Ali a day to undo that travesty. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, my description of the mess inherited as the audience stables is not hyperbolic or an exaggeration. The coalition did not even know how many applications were outstanding, further demonstrating their incompetence. Budget Speech 2015 and 16 made no mention of a backlog of outstanding applications. It was not until 2017 that this House was told of a backlog of 25,000 applications. And then subsequently in the 2018 budget speech, after almost 4 years in office, APNU-AFC admitted they have a backlog of 50,000 outstanding applications. But Mr. Speaker, what we do know is that APNU-AFC left office with a higher number of outstanding applications than it inherited. That is the fact. And how did they respond to this demand for housing? Their miserable performance in the housing sector is further demonstrated when one examines their allocation record over the 5-year period. I heard the Honorable Member Jordan mention some 600 lots distributed in Bath in Region 5. But Mr. Speaker, let us not look at a single area. If we are going to talk about the record, then we have to look at the entire picture, Mr. Speaker. So let's look at the entire picture, Mr. Speaker. Let me take off my glasses. Mr. Speaker, the allocations made by the APNU AFC coalition in 2015 totaled 1,223. The allocations made in 2016 totaled 2,020. The allocations made in 2016 totaled 1,131. The allocations made in 2018, 776. The allocations made in 2019, 1,301. And the allocations made in 2020 from January to July, 1,987. Mr. Speaker, this represents a total of 8,434 house lots distributed by the APNU AFC over 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this 776 are people that we see at the ministry on a weekly basis making applications. This 8,000 total is only a mere 16.9% of our target of 50,000 house lots in 5 years. We will teach them how to get it done, Mr. Speaker. We will fix that, Mr. Speaker, and we have already given instructions to address the applications and allocation system to ensure it is done systematically, fairly, and expeditiously. Mr. Speaker, this PPPC administration will give meaning and reality to Article 26 by going one step further. As in our manifesto for the 2020 elections, and indeed for all the elections going back to 1992, we are determined to enable every Guyanese family a proper home in a safe, secure, and proper neighborhood, not as squatters or as tenants, but as responsible and proud owners with titles that banks and other lending institutions will regard as good security. The budget speech has signaled the government's intent by the restoration of the 30 million ceiling on loans, the interest on which is tax deductible for first-time homeowners, and the increase from 8 million to 10 million for low-income loans, which allows low-income households to borrow up to an additional $2 million at a lower interest rate. Now, let me tell you about our plans for the housing and water sectors. You heard in the budget speech by the Honorable Member, Minister Ejil, in his most eloquent presentation, the announcement of free water for pensioners, the removal of VAT on water and building materials, bringing immediate relief to our citizens, and goes a far way to encourage home ownership. The Ministry of Housing and Water has under its remit responsibility for the Central Housing and Planning Authority, CHPA, and the Guyana Water Incorporated, GWI. The ministry's mission is addressed through 3 program areas: policy development and administration, housing development, and water service expansion and management. Mr. Speaker, our housing development program is designed to implement national housing and settlement policies through an efficient, well-planned, coordinated, and structured framework in order to realize the development of sustainable, affordable, and modern settlements. Mr. Speaker, under the APNU AFC administration, there was a lazy, haphazard, uninspiring approach to housing, with emphasis on allocations and not on providing housing or shelter for Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, there was mass distribution of house lots in the lead up to the general and regional elections as a political gimmick, and in the period following as a final grab before the official announcement of their defeat. Mr. Speaker, APNU AFC in their 2018 budget presentation promised Guyanese, and I quote, a community experience. This, they said, will entail, and I quote, not just units or lots, but roads, drainage, sidewalks, lighting, social services, and recreational facilities, unquote. Mr. Speaker, From January to July 2020 alone, APNU AFC made 1,987 allocations, representing 99.35% of their target. But guess what? Out of those 1,987 allocations, they only processed a meager 251 titles, representing 16.5% of that target. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because their lots were allocated to our people in areas not even under the ownership of CHNPA, a far cry from the promised community experience. This PPPC administration will rectify that and deliver service lots through a comprehensive and coordinated approach between CHPA and GWI so that Guyanese can live in dignity and not be pumping water from the canal 2 years after occupying their lots like the residents in Luston Rust. Mr. Speaker, one of the APNU AFC's community experience is located at Experiment in Region 5, where 19 houses were built some 2 years ago. You heard the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Faisal Jafar Ali mention these 19 houses in Region 5. And until now, not one of these have been occupied. The houses built in Experiment is indeed an experiment, Mr. Speaker, one that went horribly wrong, leaving CHNPA with a security bill of $23 million and counting. The project lacked vision and strategy since the houses were not built to target any particular income bracket, another brainless approach to housing, and the reason they remain unoccupied up to now. The houses, which carry a price tag of $140 million, have become dilapidated, infested with termites, making them uninhabitable. And we have the evidence to show of what has become of those houses in Experiment. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, since they were not built to target any specific income bracket, a flat house with 3 bedrooms is being sold for $8.5 million. I'm not sure which low-income earner can afford a flat house for $8.5 million. Mr. Speaker, the coalition was not concerned about whether Guyanese have a roof over their heads, and the former minister could not be bothered to simply sign letters of assurance so that homeowners can approach the bank to have their mortgages approved. Only last week, Minister Crowell signed a huge backlog of letters of assurances, which were applied for years ago under the APNU AFC administration. Mr. Speaker, I heard again the Honorable Member Jordan mention the record of GWI under the management of Dr. Van West Charles. Mr. Speaker, the condition of GWI is a travesty. In 2015, when the coalition took government, GWI had just over 600 employees. Today, GWI employs over 1,300 staff, and there is no corresponding benefit to justify this overstaffing. More than 100% increase in the staff. Mr. Speaker, GWI is bankrupt. Pipelines throughout the country are porous. No maintenance. The system has been left to decay. That is the legacy of Dr. Van West Charles. Let's take, for example, the Honorable Member mentioned Region 5. He spoke a lot about Region 5. Well, I went to Region 5. Take, for example, one community. I'll give you just one example of a community called Champaign in Region 5. Look at this, Mr. Speaker. This is a leak in Region 5 that has developed into a massive hole in the road. This is Region 5. Mr. Speaker, this is a legacy. Mr. Speaker, this leak has been here for 1 year. 1 year. They've been calling to report this leak, and nobody went to fix this leak. None of the 1,300 staff, nobody was bothered to even respond to this leak. But Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't become aware of a problem and not fix it. Mr. Speaker, it took one day, Mr. Speaker, and it's fixed, bringing great relief to the people of that community. Under the new Ministry of Housing and Water, housing will be restored to the place it enjoyed before 2015, with better to come. Our approach to housing will be comprehensive, with the emphasis not on mere allocation, but on promoting, encouraging, and facilitating home ownership among ordinary Guyanese, catering for all income brackets. Mr. Speaker, I will outline for this Honourable House and for Guyanese the projects in the housing program for 2020. Mr. Speaker, 1.721 billion is allocated for infrastructure development to make service lots available. This allocation includes monies for the acquisition of lands from Nisil, Gaisuku, and Guyana Lands and Survey as part of our 50,000 house lot commitment to the electorate. Mr. Speaker, we are already planning for that 50,000. We haven't limited ourselves or limited our targets to an annual target. We are thinking big, and we will deliver on those 50,000 house lots way in advance. This 2020 program sets the conditions for the awakening of the housing sector under the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, 292.8 million is budgeted to commence preparation of land for residential lots. This amount will be used for construction of roads and bridges to access lands for preparation works in Regdorzi, Block A1, Annandale, Cummins Lodge, Industry, Vigilance, Lethem, and Kukwani, among many other locations. Guyanese can look forward to an aggressive and fair allocation exercise as these lots become available. Further, Mr. Speaker, 200 million is budgeted for the procurement of electrical line hardware material for installation of electricity in another 16 housing areas, including Cummins Lodge, Annandale, Prospect, number 79, Skeldon Estate, Backland, number 75, Village, Hampshire, and Williamsburg. Essential to the development of housing schemes is the adequate supply of potable water, Mr. Speaker. We have budgeted 80 million for the installation of wells at Lust and Rust and Prospect. When you're thinking housing, you have to think comprehensively. We do not want people occupying rice field. They don't have roads, they don't have bridges, they don't have light, they don't have water. They cannot proceed with their life. Essential to the development, many residents, Mr. Speaker, in housing areas on the West Bank, on the East Bank, Essequibo, West Demerara, East Barbies, Lethem, and Linden suffer greatly from poor security, especially single mothers who fear to get home or to venture out after sunset. Our government recognizes this problem and has allocated 49.2 million to begin addressing it by installing LED streetlights in 16 housing areas in Bell West, Schoonard, Zealot, Iflot, Farm, Covent Garden, Horstellin, Peters Hall, Kilcoy, Chesney, Wizrock, among many other areas. Mr. Speaker, new works will be completed in upgrading 4 kilometers of main access road and bridges to industrial and commercial areas to incentivize private developers moving forward with job creation projects in Prospect, Perseverance, Little, and Great Diamond. 150 million is allocated for these projects. The upgrading of the main access road and bridges for private developers in Prospect and Perseverance will allow for access and commencement of works on approximately 500 house lots, while the upgrading of the main access road for industrial and commercial in Little and Great Diamond will allow for access and commencement of works on a further 300 house lots. Mr. Speaker, another 150 million is proposed for upgrading 3 kilometers of road to asphaltic concrete in Parfait, Harmony, Horstellin, Eccles, and Zealot. This will bring great relief to more than 800 people or 200 existing house lot beneficiaries. I turn now to the third program, the Water Service Expansion and Management. Under this program, the ministry is responsible for efficiently delivering quality, affordable, and equitable potable water services to all Guyanese, and leading the institutional mechanism for an integrated water resource management in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2020 was presented against a background of a major world health pandemic, which has impacted the world economy and financial markets as a result. The world's major economies have seen significant job losses, resulting in a severe hardship for many families. It is our government's aim to extend the coverage for the provision of potable water throughout Guyana, with emphasis on unserved areas as a top priority. It is our focus to work towards the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal number 6, which is to ensure access to clean water and sanitation for all by 2030. This will result in the improvement in the quality of life for all Guyanese, the increase in water security, and will extend to coastal, urban, and hinterland areas. Of major concern to us is the non-revenue water, collection efficiency, and meter coverage. Mr. Speaker, the impact of COVID-19 on the nation's potable water provider has been severe. GWI has seen a 14.1% decline in revenue collection, due mainly to more than 50% or 90,000 of its customers failing to honor their bill payment obligations. Collections for the second quarter totaled 1.193 billion compared to 1.394 billion in the first quarter of 2020. This is a direct result of reduced interpersonal contact with our customers with the onset of the global health pandemic COVID-19. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, GWI expended over $2.8 billion to ensure continuous water supply as the nation implements COVID-19 containment and mitigation measures to combat the pandemic. This represents an average monthly operating and maintenance cost of 468.6 million, which consists of procurement of chemicals and spares, the management of the hinterland water supply systems. Mr. Speaker, government has budgeted 2.8 billion to support the improvement and expansion of water supply infrastructure nationwide under the potable water and sanitation sector. This provides for sustaining and improving access to potable water across the coastal, urban, and hinterland communities, continuing the reduction of non-revenue water program and increasing access to potable water across the country. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, special attention will be placed on the most vulnerable in our society, our senior citizens and the indigenous people, to ensure that they have improved access to potable water to assist them in the fight against COVID-19. And our government has already announced the removal of the hardship tax on potable water and the reinstatement of the water subsidy for pensioners. In support of the Water Services Expansion and Management Program, the following sums are allocated. Government has budgeted 56.5 million for the procurement of smart water meters for over 2,500 customers in La Parfaite Harmony, Friendship, Providence, Monrepo, BV areas. This initiative will result in improved service level and a reduction of non-revenue water. Mr. Speaker, in meetings with Dr. Van West Charles and with the team at GWI, they complained a lot about non-revenue water. But Mr. Speaker, no meters have been ordered by GWI for years. GWI has not a single meter to install for a new service, but they're complaining about non-revenue water. A sum of $30 million has been budgeted to commence implementation of fire hydrants program to increase firefighting capability in housing areas. We begin in Region 6 in the East Kanji and Fourth Ordnance areas. These areas were chosen due to excellent pressure, population density, and ease of installation. We anticipate that some 20,000 persons will benefit. Mr. Speaker, the sum of $50 million has been budgeted for the installation of raw water intake line to Bartical Water Treatment Plant. This will result in increased access and improved service delivery to more than 7,000 residents in Region 7 Bartical. Government has provided financing under this program for installation of smart meters in Amelia's Ward, Linden, resulting in the reduction of water wastage and increased pressure for domestic use where desired. A sum of $113.3 million has been budgeted for Region 4 for the procurement of pipes to replace aged and encrusted mains between Vicinjon Road west along Church Street to Cummins Street. This initiative will result in improved water quality, reduced losses, and improved service and improved level of service, and is expected to benefit 200,000 persons when the project is completed. $25 million has been budgeted for installation of a transmission line between the 1763 Monument to Cemetery Road, including reinstatement of that road. This initiative will result in improved water quality, reduced water loss, and improve the level of service for more than 20,000 households, or approximately 80,000 residents. A sum of $25 million has been budgeted for the upgrading of transmission line, Vicinjon Road to Lamaha Street, including the road reinstatement. This will improve the water quality, reduce loss, and increase pressure, benefiting approximately 40,000 residents. Mr. Speaker, $120 million is budgeted under the Hinterland Water Supply Program to benefit over 9,300 residents in the various hinterland communities. The following initiatives will be executed. Installation of mains, pump station, and new services in Port Kaituma, in Mabaruma, and in Santa Rosa, Region 1. We will never forget our hinterland communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, in this presentation, I hope that you have realized that we have tried our best in this emergency budget to cover Region 1, Region 4, Region 7, Region 9, Region 3, trying as much as possible to reach as many of our citizens as possible, regardless of where they live, regardless of their political affiliation. Under the PPPC administration, every single Guyanese will benefit under the housing and water sectors.
2 minutes notice.
Mr. Speaker, additionally, we have budgeted $10 million for the procurement of materials for in-house drilling, construction of water distribution network, and expansion in villages, including Shulinab, Shia, Chiangmouth, and Itabak. This initiative will result in increased access and first-time access for some 2,000 residents in Region 1, 7, 8, and 9. Chiangmouth has been without water for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and we will address this before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to assure the Guyanese people that we are working for them, that our government does not take lightly the trust and confidence they have reposed in us, and that we will ensure Budget 2020 and every budget presented by us hereafter will positively impact their lives and improve their standard of living. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to assure the Guyanese people that in addition to honoring our commitments in our manifesto, we will initiate the necessary reforms and take the necessary steps to ensure the right of every single Guyanese to elect a government of their choice never comes under threat again. Mr. Speaker, I fully support Budget 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I propose that we take the two other presenters immediately, and then we shall adjourn for the day. We have two presenters with 15 minutes each plus 5 to conclude. The staff who have had severe intestinal issues. And I note that one member has posted and imputing some other motive. I'll quote the post. I wouldn't say the person's name. It says several APNU plus AFC MPs may have been food poisoned by the food prepared by parliamentary caterers. Developing story. As far as I know, the incident that happened did not segregate APNU, AFC MPs alone, but it was an occurrence which we are investigating. I trust that that offensive post will be taken down and that members will continue to carry themselves with the decorum of a member in the highest lawmaking entity in our land. Honorable Member, Mr. Sherrod Duncan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to give thanks to our Heavenly Father, in whom we live, move, and have our being, and by whom all things subsist, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize my parliamentary colleagues who have been part of this robust discussion of this honorable House thus far. The team on this side, our team, has done well. So much so that I think it leaves little for me to say, and I should begin my contribution with, in conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the word parliament is an English term derived from the Anglo-Norman period, dating from the 14th century, coming from the 11th century, the French word parlement, from parler, which means to talk, Mr. Speaker. However, a proper reading of the budget, Mr. Speaker, reveals that the only talk that can be had here is old talk. It is not a serious budget by any measure. From the fact that the Honorable Juan Edgil presented it is indicative of that fact and tells of its many inherent defects. One gets the sense that the Honorable Member wrote it too. It is not serious fiscal talk, but rather gaff talk or hot air talk. But we've come to talk, Mr. Speaker. So let us talk. Let us talk public security and safety, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget has a broad theme, our plan for prosperity. When one studies the budget, prosperity for our friends on the other side only means prisons and police stations. $38.9 billion worth. That's their focus, full stop. Outside of that narrow, short-sighted agenda, every program going forward was on the table and in progress when the PPP took the reins of government. It's a cut and paste job, Mr. Speaker. This is Rita Prasad's MNG 2100 at UG. It's elementary. Frankly speaking, Mr. Speaker, it's plagiarism. It's fraud. It's not a budget, it's a fraudjet. Mr. Speaker, a fraudjet is defined as your predecessor's budget over photoshopped badly and presented as your own. And what better place to read a fraudjet than the now infamous Auditor Chung Conference Center? Because this was the place where one thing was promised, and like prosperity, it delivered a budget for the boys, are not prosperity for the people, but poverty for the rest of us and punishment for poor people. The PPP promised 1 month bonus for the joint services, but they give a little thing, and like the joint services boat, the rest gone missing. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because it's not a budget, it's a project. The PPP promised land in a country of 215,000 square kilometers, and now they're saying lands are not available. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because they're not presenting a budget, it's a project. The PPP promised to reverse 200 tax measures with immediate effect on taking office. Now they're saying budget constraints will stop them from doing so. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because this is not a budget, it's a project. And even on several of the measures, they told Guyanese people they would remove, Mr. Speaker, they were already removed earlier this year and were already being enjoyed by suppliers and consumers, and do not provide new relief. These include VAT on electricity, water, medical supplies, and hinterland travels. These removal of VATs were already being enjoyed by the people when the PPP came to office. Yet, the PPP claiming they removed these tax measures. This, Mr. Speaker, is because this is not a budget, it's a project. The PPP promised to reopen the sugar estates, and as soon as the youthful minister took office in that sector, he said, and I quote from the news, "The reopening of the estates will depend on when we finish the studies." They don't like studies, but he's going to studies. "And see what exists in the government right now." You have a pandemic in the country, and the world reality is different. Why did he promise one thing in the campaign, but delivering something else when he's in office? Why? Because this is not a budget, Mr. Speaker. It's a project. The PPP said the Center for Disease Prevention at Liliendal was a shell, yet the Minister of Health quietly has moved patients into that shell. Isn't that medical malpractice? Why, Mr. Speaker? Because this is not a budget, it's a project. The PPP told this nation when it took office that the Treasury was bankrupt, yet according to this budget's overall deficit, which declined from 19.7 billion in 2018, 17.4 billion in 2019, is budgeted to sharply increase by 75.9 billion, nearly 4.5 times that, the size in 2029. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because this, again, is not a budget, it's a project. Let's talk public security and safety. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why Kwame Wyden, he should take his licks like a man. But Mr. Speaker, hold on. I don't want to offend the honorable member. I retract the word man from that statement.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker, in 2015...
Honorable member, you also need to refer to any honorable member as honorable member, Mr. or honorable member.
So, guys, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the AFC coalition took office. Across the divide, the people got a taste of the good life for the first time in a long time. In the security sector, we got to work on reducing crime, rebuilding public trust, reforming public security systems. Whether it was the production of machine-readable passports, the decentralization of the application process and issuance of passports, fine-tuning a comprehensive public security plan, ensuring improvements in recruitment standards and training by revitalizing the cadetship scheme, or countering human, drugs, and armed trafficking, acquiring vehicles and equipment for modern policing to fight banditry, piracy, and terrorism, and other violent crimes, or whether it was putting in CCTV feeds as part of the smart city solution for the national capital city, and repairing and fixing the very contentious 911 the emergency system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was progress, but as we say colloquially, these people know good when to time a pot. Now that they come into office, they are eager to eat from all our toil and sweat, calling it prosperity. We call it a project. Mr. Speaker, by 2016, the APNU AFC coalition sought to modernize and equip the enforcement arm of the state with resources to enable them to serve citizens and engender investor confidence and build trust and goodwill in the business community. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC coalition understood the times and rose to the challenges. Fast forward to 2020, and the big vision of project is 2 water tenders, one for Linden and one for Bartico. And I must note here, some clarity might be needed, whether this is a typo, is not water tenders, but is actually water cannons, because the PPP like water cannons. And based on where they're going, I wouldn't doubt if it's water cannons. By 2017, we began our expansion and rehabilitation program, Mr. Speaker. Works include the expansion of the Mazroni prison to accommodate 400 inmates and 61% more than the then current capacity. We started work on the construction of a new Georgetown prison, and efforts continue to modernize the police force during that very period. There were 114 police stations across the country that benefited from increased vehicular access to support the response time to reported crime. And the list goes on and on for 2017. Mr. Speaker, this project is attempting to reverse Guyana into the future. It will not produce anything close to the work the APNU AFC coalition has done in the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, project, Mr. Speaker, does not put the people of Guyana first. It puts the PPP and their friends first. Mr. Speaker, great leaders emerge out of great circumstance. President Lyndon Johnson emerged out of the challenges of the 1960s, resolute and armed with the domestic agenda, the Great Society. The main goal was total elimination of poverty and racial injustice. President Franklin D. Roosevelt had the New Deal, and John F. Kennedy had the New Frontier. All presidents in the crucible moments of the nation's history must rise to the occasion, meeting the moment as articulated by the great American historian Doris Kearns Goodwin in her book, Leadership in Turbulent Times, Lessons for Presidents. In such seminal moments of our nation's history, we've had presidents like President Forbes Burnham with a plan to feed, clothe, and house the nation. We've had President Hoyt Economic Recovery Program and President Granger's The Good Life. In that good life, the economy was restructured, not tear gas and pellet guns fired. In 2020, in the crucible of the greatest public health crisis of ours or any generation, we have the out of his depths Frank Anthony, the Honorable Frank Anthony, and the economic wizard, the Honorable Juan Edgil, and Project, promising prosperity for the boys and poverty for the rest of us. Mr. Speaker, this project reminds Guyanese of another document, not perhaps even worth the paper it was written on, or the 60th of 2020. Unlike Order 60 of 2020, it promises things it knows fully well it cannot deliver. Like the ballot boxes tabulated in this very space, when we bust open the pages of project, is a host of irregularities and discrepancies and anomalies. Unlike the missing poll books, certificates of employment, and oaths of identity, the substance of this budget is missing, the depth is missing, the focus is missing, the Minister of Finance is also missing. Page after page of project is like the Chief Elections Officer's report. We cannot say that this budget is fair and equitable, and we cannot say that its programs are credible. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to be overly critical of this document, a document that mentions the word poor twice, poverty 5 times, and the phrase private sector 17 times.
2 minutes.
But I don't want to be overcritical. So don't listen to my words. I turn to Raman McRae, Focus on Budget 2020. He deals with them in softer ways. In Focus on Budget 2020, published recently, it states, quote unquote, under relentless calls for lower and lower taxes by the private sector, the tax mix has moved inexorably towards indirect taxes, which are borne disproportionately by the poor. That is Project 2020. Focused on Budget 2020, Raman McRae. There is no doubt that the PPP administration has an understanding of poverty and considerable experience in dealing with it. Surprisingly, however, Budget 2020, by its own admission, seems to reflect a different philosophy. There does not seem to be much in the way of progressive economics. The poor need more handouts. The poor need not more handouts. They need actions that raise their hopes and aspirations. They need to believe their souls. They need to believe in their souls, rather, that they are part of a grand plan. And the financial plan of government shows the budget measures are financially partly a massive expansion of the deficit. That is focused on the budget, Raman McRae 2020. I go on with another quote.
Honorable member, before you go on, you will need an extension to continue so that you can conclude.
Comrade Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation on the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Mr. Sherrod Duncan, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conclude in 5 minutes.
Raman McRae, focused on Budget 2020, states, and I quote, businesses are particularly pleased with the tax measures which the exemption from corporation tax for healthcare and private education ranks and rankles. The one-size-fits-all cuts by 50% of the increase in license fee necessarily fails to address those eminently sensible increases, including those under the Intoxicating Liquor License Act, Chapter 8201. The blanket reversals of land charges fails to take into account the grave abuse of small farmers by rapacious landlords operating in the agricultural sector and the varying rates of land charges across the country. Again, Raman McRae, focused on Budget 2020, states the budget contains several measures which positively address the needs of our indigenous brothers and sisters, the poorest segment of Guyana's population. Time may not have permitted the government the opportunity to address the plight of coastal communities. The villages which perennially are deprived are such as All Boys Town, Plastic City, Tiger Bay, which cry out for redevelopment. This is Raman McRae, focused on Budget 2020. The report concludes, Mr. Speaker, to use the famous cliche, it says, the largest budget ever. The question is, whose budget? This is Raman McRae asking the question, whose budget? Certainly not a budget pro-poor. Mr. Speaker, the use of money to print this budget on paper is to not be prudent with the spending of taxpayers' money. To write it down or to speak it in the English language is an assault on the language. Might as well they have written this budget in Latin, called now the dead language, because it is just as useless. And besides, the PPP like dead for the voting purposes.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan. Honorable Member, Mr. Dharmkumar Siraj.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Kindly allow me as I make my maiden presentation at this forum to, first of all, congratulate you on your assumption to high office, considered high office, and allow me also to sympathize that you're unable to be here physically with us because you have become a casualty of a global pandemic that is going to change the way we live for a very long, long time to come. You know, sir, the experts say that the virus does not travel, people does. And you like all of us, should exercise care and caution with who you mix in with. Not every lampi and pampillo should be going close to, so that you can avoid having to become a victim. Mr. Speaker, the budget that we are currently discussing is, of course, a product of intense work by the major players over the last few weeks. The team was headed by no less than His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, with able support from the Vice President, Bharat Jagdeo, and the hard-working team at the Ministry of Finance. So I think we, all of us here, and the Guyanese people, owe these people words of congratulations for the effort that they would have made to complete this budget after we would have gone through 5 months of turmoil since the conclusion of the voting on March the 2nd, and which led to the conclusion of the elections made on August the 2nd. Mr. Speaker, throughout this period, we have witnessed brazen efforts by individuals to promote the biggest heist of a people's will to elect a government of their choice. I recall former Jamaican Prime Minister Bruce Golding, who led the OAS mission to Guyana, saying, and I quote, "I have never seen a more transparent effort to alter the results of an election." He went on to say, sir, that, it takes an extraordinary courageous mind to present fictitious numbers when such a sturdy paper trail exists. And sir, no country deserves to go through the pains that Guyana went through after the voting of March the 2nd. And sir, we have many brave people. Some of them are present here along the lines of what Mr. Bruce Golding spoke about. And some of them choose not to be here, but to make presentation virtually. They're probably not as brave as others who played a big role in not recognizing the will of our people. And when the Honorable Member C. Paul said that this budget delivers Christmas in September, if all of us had respected the will of the people, we would have had Christmas in April after the discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, we heard words about weapons against various sections. And I would say clearly, sir, that no weapon formed against the will of the people of Guyana will prosper. And the will of the people, even after 5 torturous months, have delivered to the people of Guyana a government of their choice. And nothing can take that away from our people. So, sir, we are now discussing a budget that seems to be causing a lot of confusion in the opposition camp. Some are saying it's a former President David Granger budget. Some in their presentation are saying it's a copy of their budget and then go on to lambaste the budget. And others are saying that it's a no good budget. And we need to examine the budget thoroughly to see what is it that it brings to our people, and whether any section of our population is left out of consideration in the measures that are stated. We also have to take this budget contextually, Mr. Speaker. That is in the context that it was prepared, in the context that it was delivered, in the context that we are deliberating on the numbers. And one fundamental issue that must be made clear is that we are into September, and whatever is in this budget, expenditure-wise, a huge amount of it would have already been committed by the previous APNU AFC government. And this is the context in which the global pandemic also plays a major role in determining how we move forward. Just now, the speaker before me spoke about an analysis done by Mr. McCrae and questioning whose budget it is. So it might be argued, and it could be argued, that this budget is friendly towards the private sector. But the private sector is recognized worldwide also as the engine of growth. And in a situation where you're faced with a pandemic, none of the sectors, not especially the productive sectors, can perform without being given that enabling environment to do so, without enjoying the comfort of government policy in order to move forward with investment that will see job creation. So the pandemic, of course, constrained our country tremendously. When we look at the numbers now, they appear to have been an inflation, and the politicians over on the other side will lay claim that it happened because of this administration ability to handle it. So I have a different view, and that is to say that because the previous government did not adequately address the issue, did not put adequate measures in place, we are now discovering the extent of the infection across the different regions because of increased testings and all of that. And I note that the Honorable Minister of Health said only yesterday, or it could have been last night, that the testing time will be reduced between testing to the time of getting your results will be reduced to about 45 minutes. That, sir, in by itself is commendable. There is no known cure worldwide presently. And that is why, as a country, we have to take precautions. We have to observe the protocols. We have to avoid large gathering where social distancing cannot be accommodated. And we have to ensure that we widen our scope to test throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. And that is why some of the measures that are put in this budget are intended in the short term, taking those constraints into consideration to ensure our economy is provided with a platform that it could kick off from so as to deliver on that which is promised. And that, of course, sir, is prosperity, or plan for prosperity. So worldwide, the economy grew by 2.9% in 2019, which was a reduction of 0.7% from 2018. But it is contracted. It is projected to contract by 4.9% in 2020. And this year, sir, for the first time, the IMF is projecting a negative growth for all groups of countries. A negative growth for all group of countries. This, sir, gives you the global picture within which Guyana, as a small economy, has to operate. And that is why, after serious consideration, the kind of measures that are entailed in this budget is intended to instill confidence in all our sectors so that we can do well to bring good for our people. Guyana itself, sir, without the oil economy, would have experienced just about less than 5% negative growth without the oil economy. Our economy itself would have contracted by that. Without oil, the rest of the economy is projected for this contraction of 4.9%, which brings us now to oil and the role that it will play in the overall development of our country. We have been warned time and time again, sir, about falling prey to the Dutch disease. And right away you can see that without oil, the economy would have been contracted, or would have contracted by 4.9%. So how do we avoid this Dutch disease when we are experiencing and project to experience negative growth in sugar, in poultry, in milk, in CBOP, in forestry, and of course, sir, the budget shows all the numbers that these sectors have declined by. We, sir, can avoid contracting the Dutch disease by making investment in the areas that are renewable, not those finite areas. And that is why we have to invest in infrastructure, we have to invest in agriculture, in tourism, in the extractive industries, and that is why we also have to invest in people, because the danger of collapsing is very real. And I would want to use the example of Kuwait, for example, as a country that depends a lot on oil, a very rich country, well, hitherto very rich, but currently that country is faced with financial difficulties and will be unable to pay salaries for November. And may we be reminded, sir, that Kuwait produces just about 2.9 million barrels of oil per day. Now, if a country with that level of production can face financial difficulties to the extent where they are unable to pay basic salaries, then a country like Guyana will have to exercise budgeting, result-based budgeting, to avoid being placed in similar situations and to ensure that we achieve the growth that we are projecting to achieve way above the 40% mark. And sir, the measures here includes, of course, investment in our people. There's investment in industrial parks, our hinterland electrification program, 25,000 solar panel systems, an energy mix comprising of hydro, solar, and wind that will add just about 400 megawatts of power. We have budgeted just about 34.5 billion for the transportation sector. We're going to build new roads. We are going to enhance old roads to make them better. And of course, to give incentive, we spoke a lot about the taxes. This budget says clearly, sir, that the new fees, the new taxes will revert back to the 2014 level. The farmers, especially in Region 5, will be happy to know that from a demand made by the APNU AFC of $15,000 per acre, they will now be required to pay $3,500 per acre, which is the 2014 level. Land rent will be reduced from $7,000 to $1,000. Drainage and irrigation charges will be reduced from $8,000 to $2,500. The dray cart operator, the fishmonger pushing his cart along, will not be required to pay these draconian fees. So these are the kind of investment that a government that knows that what it is about, these are the sectors that they will make investment in so as to stimulate our economy. And sir, you know, when we talk about the budget and in our presentation, we must also be careful to present the facts because it's easy for anyone to check it and present it in a way that is analytical and that can give you the true picture. One of the honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I think is the honorable member Dineshwar, boastfully said that under the APNU, the rice industry achieved its highest target. So I will not quarrel with that, but I will go on to say that that target
Before you
was
go
achieved.
on, honorable member, let me give you the true picture. You need an extension to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, could I have my honorable colleague be given 5 minutes more to conclude?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, sir, this target was achieved in 2015. What the honorable member did not say, sir, that by 2019, there was a reduction in rice production by 0.8%. Now, this is not much, but it tells you about trend. And trends are important in doing analysis. Likewise, sir, I could tell you that in 2009, rice production was 359,000 tons. But by 2014, it was 635,000 tons. Here again, over a similar period of time, we would have doubled production under the People's Progressive Party Civic Administration. Whereas the former government of the PNC, PNU, AFC, they came on a platform that was solidly built. They achieved the highest target in a couple of months because of what we had done. But after 5 years, that which they met, they were able, only as they are able to do, to reduce a good thing, to reduce a good thing. So some of these are some of the things that we have to deal with. My honorable colleague, Minister Susan Rodriguez, spoke about GWI. So, you know, delivery of water is essential. How do you justify an over 100% increase in staff when your output barely reached about 9%? 100% in staff from 600 and something to 1,300, and you barely increase your output. This shows clearly, sir, that the previous administration budgeting strategies were aimed at expenditures that are of a non-revenue nature. And a country cannot develop by making and spending in areas where you cannot hope to generate revenues. We are told about fantastic salaries for persons who are not even turning up for work. And this was replicated throughout the different agencies of government. And that, of course, was quite unhealthy for the economy. And that is why, sir, after 5 short years, the PNC, APNU, AFC, they're back where they belong, in the opposition. I remember clearly, sir, in the election campaign leading up to 2015, the honorable member Cathy Hughes going out to different areas and speaking to Guyanese and said, give us a chance, give us a term. If we don't do good, vote us out. Well, sir, the people listen. First of all, they give them a chance, allow them to perform, and they performed so poorly that they were voted out. But the story did not stop there, sir, because the honorable members did not keep their promise, because they said they will leave if they were voted out. And then after March the 2nd, and it took us quite a long time to achieve that effort. Well, a lot of effort to achieve that objective. And so all kinds of things will be happening now. The honorable member Cathy Hughes spoke about racial hostility and coming back to that. And I will address that matter, sir, but before that, I want to say clearly that there were a lot of high-profile employees of the state who were involved in doing only political work. And that contributed to the demise of the PNC, APNU, AFC. Not only they were not productive, they were also given cover by the big ones in government. We had an high official of the community policing CPG group, a coordinator, I think. Every day outside here during the recon process on television, paid for under the program when they were supposed to be delivering services to the people, they were out there trying to hoodwink the Guyanese people into believing that they have won the elections when they cannot even produce their statement of polls. I know Honorable Member Kemra Dramjatan was asked directly in a television interview recently that why do you believe you've won the elections and where is your statement of polls? And the Honorable Member did admit, truthfully, that he was only in possession of a few statement of polls. And I would like to say, sir, that if the Honorable Member was in receipt of a few statement of polls and the rest was in the possession of the PNC, then those statement of polls would have come from areas that the AFC would have hitherto been strong, consider their strong areas. And the results actually show that they are not strong there anymore. And by logical deduction, the Honorable Member could have come up with an accurate prediction about the results of those of the elections recently held. But, sir, you know, as they say, the rest is history. Sir, in relation to a comment made by the Honorable Member of that News, I had a look at the Stabroek News, today's Stabroek News, and I want to quote from an article by one Freddie Kissoon, and where he states, sir, that why, and I quote, while Granger Harmon and other opportunists, with the exception of Lawrence, were inciting black people to damage Guyana, one man stood extremely tall, the father of one of the Henry boys, and by extension, the uncle of the other. He was never comfortable with the racist demagoguery that Granger Harmon had used that led to death and destruction. He did not endorse the explanation of the murders being a hate crime. Like Lawrence, he disassociated himself from the robberies and beating of innocent Indian people in Region 5. Maybe in his own little way, he knew Granger Harmon had come to Region 5 not to mourn the Henry boys, not to empathize with their families and relatives, but to use their deaths to destroy Guyana because they lost the 2020 election. Sir, the Honorable Member spoke about racial hostility. We as leaders are in these hollow chambers must be responsible for our action because people will look up to us. And if we are to charter a course of unity, if we are to charter a course to achieve those noble goals of one nation, as one people, with one destiny, we all must engage at a different level. And we must take politics out of the equation when we go to give our feelings of support and sympathies and condolences in a highly charged environment that can lead to destruction and, in extreme cases, death of our people. Sir, those people are looking to us for leadership, and we must take it on as a serious responsibility for us to give the kind of leadership that this country needs so desperately at this point in time in working together to deliver what is said here, prosperity for all Guyanese, prosperity for all our brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to make this presentation in these chambers. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues all, I want to wish all of you a pleasant evening, all without exception. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, this concludes our business for today. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, 16th of September, 2020.
The Assembly now stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 16th of September, 2020.